Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. It was my routine for 12 years. Every day, I parked in the same spot, right in the front row of the lot, near the entrance of the plaza where I worked. It wasn't company parking, it was for the public. But they wanted us employees to park at the back of the lot, where it was farther from the doors, leaving the close spots open for customers. I didn't mind the walk, it was part of the deal. But that spot, right up front, it was mine. It was unspoken, but everyone knew. I didn't have to fight for it. It was just there, a constant in my day. So when I pulled into work one morning at 4 a.m., just like any other day, and saw a dark-tinted Cadillac parked in my spot, I felt a tight knot form in my stomach. No one else worked that early shift except for me, so it wasn't one of my co-workers. I knew what they drove. The only people who might take my spot were the occasional customer or another employee from the other businesses in the plaza. But still, there was something off about it. I wasn't in a good mood to begin with. Having to work the early shift always made me cranky. But seeing that car sitting there like it had the right to be, something about it immediately irritated me. I glanced at the car as I parked in the back, my eyes lingering on the glossy black paint of the Cadillac. It had dark-tinted windows, making it hard to see inside, but that only made me more uncomfortable. Something felt off. Not the car itself, but the feeling it gave off. It wasn't supposed to be there, and I couldn't explain why. I let it go, more annoyed at the fact that my spot had been taken than anything else, but the feeling nagged at me. I tried to focus on my work. The day went by in a blur of customers and routine. But when my lunch break came, and I stepped outside for a bit of air, I saw that the Cadillac was still there, parked in the same spot. My irritation flared again. I walked over to it, glanced inside, and saw nothing. The car was empty, just sitting there, looking like it had been abandoned. That smell hit me then. It was a strange, sour stench that mixed with the heavy summer heat of the South. The kind of odor that clung to your clothes. It wasn't just the usual summer heat that baked the asphalt. There was something else to it. Something that made me wrinkle my nose and frown. Something was wrong with that car. I could feel it in my bones. I shook it off, though. It could just be something in the trunk. Maybe someone's lunch gone bad. It wasn't any of my business, I told myself. But it still gnawed at me. When I came back to my car to leave for the day, the Cadillac was still there. And it was still there the next day. And the day after that. Each day, I felt the same uneasy sensation. Each time I walked by the car, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. But it wasn't until the fourth day, when I came in at 1 p.m. for my shift, that I finally decided to do something about it. I don't know why I waited so long. Maybe because I didn't want to seem like some paranoid freak. I convinced myself it was nothing. But after walking by the car again, feeling that same creeping sense of wrongness, I decided to trust my gut. I didn't want to seem like I was overreacting, so I didn't call the cops immediately. But the thought lingered in the back of my mind, and after I clocked out, I walked to a quiet spot and pulled out my phone. I called the non-emergency police number. I felt a little silly, like I was wasting their time. The dispatcher answered, and I hesitated before explaining. There's a car that's been sitting in a spot for days now. It's parked in front of my work, and it smells weird. I don't know, I just don't feel right about it. The dispatcher listened without interrupting, and when I finished, she said, "I'll have an officer check it out. Wait by the car and don't touch anything. We'll send someone as soon as possible." I stood there, holding my phone, feeling foolish but still strangely uneasy. I paced in front of the store, glancing over at the Cadillac, watching the shadows stretch longer as the sun began to set. I almost wanted to give up and leave, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I needed to do something. Maybe it was my dad's voice in my head, reminding me that when you feel like something is wrong, it probably is. He'd been a Marine and later a police officer. He taught me to always trust my instincts, even when it seemed like nothing. I waited and waited. It felt like forever. My phone buzzed once, and I glanced down at it, only to see it was a text from a co-worker asking if I wanted to grab drinks later. I almost replied, but then the weight of my thoughts pulled me back to the Cadillac, which was still parked there, its tinted windows making it look like some sort of dark shell in the sunlight. About an hour later, a patrol car pulled into the parking lot. The officer, a tall guy with dark hair and a no-nonsense expression, got out and walked towards me. He asked for my name, then gave the Cadillac a long, hard look. "Did you touch the car?" he asked, his eyes flicking to the vehicle as though he was already expecting something to be off. "No," I said quickly, shaking my head. "I didn't. I just thought it was weird." The officer nodded and motioned for me to stay back as he walked over to the car, examining it closely. He checked the license plate, then pulled out a small notebook and jotted something down. The whole thing made me feel more anxious than I already was. "Can you get your manager on the phone? We need to know if there are cameras around here," he asked after a few moments, glancing back at me. "Do you mind if we pop the trunk?" I felt a shiver run down my spine. "You can't just open it, right?" The officer gave me a tight smile. "We have a reason to, don't worry." At that moment, I knew something was wrong. It was a small, awful voice in my head, but it was louder than anything else. This wasn't just a random abandoned car. This was something else entirely. I quickly dialed my manager's number, still unable to shake the feeling that whatever was about to happen, I wasn't going to like it. My manager didn't pick up, but I left a message. When I hung up, I turned back to see the officer standing next to the car, his radio clipped to his shoulder. He was talking to someone on the phone, his face serious now. The minutes seemed to crawl by. It felt like an eternity before anything happened. Then, the officer turned to his partner and gestured for him to help open the trunk. The moment they lifted the trunk, I heard the faintest, horrible sound. A rancid smell hit me like a slap in the face. It was overpowering, like something dead, decayed, and forgotten. I recoiled, my stomach turning. I wanted to run, but I couldn't move. Not with what I was seeing or what I was hearing. The officers were pulling something out, something wrapped in a blanket. And that's when I saw it, the body. My heart skipped a beat. A young girl, maybe 15, her face pale and her body crumpled in a way that no person should ever be. Her limbs were bent at unnatural angles. She was covered in bruises, blood, and cuts. It was as if she'd been tortured. I froze, unable to look away, my breath catching in my throat. The officer turned to me, his face tight. "This girl, she's been missing for a few days. Her name was Sarah." He looked down at the body. "Her family reported her missing a few days ago. They had no idea where she was." I didn't say anything. I couldn't. The words wouldn't come out. The officer kept talking, explaining that Sarah's boyfriend had been arrested after they traced the car back to him. Apparently, he had driven 3 counties over, parked the car in this lot, and left her to die in the trunk. She had been there for days. The stench came from her body, which had been trapped in the trunk, slowly decomposing. "Your gut was right," the officer said quietly. "You did the right thing. You helped us find her. We were able to trace the car. It's because of you we know where she is." I didn't feel relief. I didn't feel anything but numb. My thoughts were a jumbled mess. Could I have done something earlier? Could I have noticed it sooner? Could I have saved her? It haunted me, the thought that I had let it go for so long. I had passed by that car every single day, and only now did I understand that my gut had been telling me something was wrong from the very beginning. I never found out the exact time of her death, and that question, that unknown, stayed with me for a long time. Could she have been saved if I had done something sooner? Could I have prevented what happened to her? The only thing I know for sure is this: always listen to your instincts. Trust that gut feeling, even when it seems petty, even when it seems like you're overreacting. Sometimes, the smallest actions can lead to the biggest consequences. I never parked in that lot the same way again, and I never ignored my gut. The sun was shining brightly that afternoon, a rare sight in Northern Ireland during those days. The light felt almost too cheerful for what lay ahead, but I was too young to understand the weight of it. I must have been about 7 or 8 years old at the time, too young to realize just how precarious the world around me was. But the streets of Belfast had a way of making you feel the tension, even if you couldn't name it. That afternoon, the sun didn't help. Everything felt too bright, too exposed. My dad needed to return a library book. We lived in a small town outside of Belfast, but my dad was from the city. He'd grown up in the thick of it, before the ceasefire, before the peace process. I suppose that made him more capable of navigating the dangers of this place. To me, it was just a trip to the library, something normal. But as we made our way toward the Crumlin Road, I could feel something shift in the air, something I couldn't explain. We were heading into the heart of Protestant loyalist territory, an area notorious for violence, and it was only later that I understood just how bad it could get. "Stick close to me, and if anyone asks, you're not you today," my dad said casually. He'd always been like that, calm, almost unfazed, no matter what. But that one comment stuck with me. My name was common among Catholics, and in those days, it was more than just a name. It marked you. In a city like Belfast, where allegiances were drawn in blood, your name could put you in danger. So, I adopted a new name for the trip, a Protestant name my dad gave me. I didn't know the full significance of it, but I knew it was important. I didn't want to seem like I was afraid, but I felt a knot in my stomach. The sun shining down only made it feel more surreal. It felt too bright, too open. The weight of it felt out of place. We walked down the street, our footsteps echoing on the pavement. As we approached an intersection, I noticed a group of men ahead, standing near the crosswalk. Some were walking up and down, talking in low voices, while others stood by a parked car with its engine running. One man in particular caught my eye, a tall figure with long hair, dressed in a leather jacket. He didn't move much, but his posture was tense, like he was waiting for something. There was something about the way they stood, the way they all seemed to be looking in the same direction, toward the Catholic enclave of Ardoyne, that made me uneasy. My dad's demeanor shifted the moment he saw them. It was subtle, but I noticed. He had lived through more than most people could imagine in Belfast during those years. His childhood had been a time of fear and violence, when every street could turn into a battleground. He knew the signs, and I could feel him tense up, his steps becoming more deliberate, more cautious. I knew we weren't supposed to be here. I didn't need to ask why, but everything in me screamed that we weren't safe. "We're not walking towards them," my dad said, more to himself than to me, and we veered to the right. I didn't argue, though I couldn't help but look over my shoulder at the men. There was a feeling in the air that I didn't understand, but it was heavy, like the quiet before a storm. As we walked, a woman suddenly appeared in front of us. She was middle-aged, with short, red hair, and she made a beeline straight for us, her eyes scanning us with an intensity that made my blood run cold. There was something frantic in her movement, like she was trying to appear calm, but couldn't quite manage it. My dad, who was usually unflappable, slowed as she approached. She immediately started asking questions. "Who are you? Where are you from?" Her voice trembled, though she tried to make it sound casual. But it was the kind of question you only asked if you were already suspicious, already sizing someone up. I felt my heart begin to race. My dad kept his composure, but I could tell he was already calculating the risks. He responded quickly, his voice steady, but there was something in his eyes that told me he didn't trust her, that he knew something was off. I was holding his hand, gripping it so tight that my fingers began to ache, and I could feel my palms sweating. The woman was fishing for information. I could see it now. She was trying to figure out if we belonged here, if we were part of the right group. And I could tell by the way she looked at me, how she studied me, that she was trying to figure out whether I was a Catholic child. My stomach twisted with fear. I could feel my body start to shake. The fear wasn't just a passing sensation. It was a gut-deep terror that something bad was going to happen. My young mind raced through dark thoughts, imagining everything from a sudden gunshot to my dad being dragged away. I couldn't help but think of the worst possible outcome, the one where we'd never get out of there. The thought of being caught, of being discovered, filled me with panic. My dad was doing his best to play it cool. He told her that we were from a mixed area, Protestant and Catholic, but he didn't go into details. He kept his voice low, deliberately sounding as though he was annoyed by the whole situation, as if being Catholic wasn't something he'd ever want to admit. It was all subtle, but it was enough to give the impression that he wasn't the kind of person she'd be interested in. He showed her the book, as though to prove we were just here for a simple errand, but I could tell the whole time that she wasn't buying it. She was digging for something more, trying to figure out who we were. My dad finally had enough. He said something about needing to go, that it was nice to meet her, and turned to walk away. I felt like a weight had been lifted from my chest, but I could still feel the eyes of the woman on us. As we walked away, I could feel her gaze boring into the back of my head, and I dared not look over my shoulder. I could sense that we weren't in the clear yet. We turned a corner, and now we were walking down a long, steep path. The library was at the bottom, but it felt like we were walking deeper into enemy territory. To one side was a high fence, and on the other, a row of houses. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that we weren't supposed to be here. My dad kept walking, his pace steady, but his body seemed rigid, like he was on edge, constantly scanning the surroundings. I had no idea what he was thinking, but I knew that whatever was going on, it wasn't good. It didn't take long before we realized we were being followed. I noticed it first. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the man in the leather jacket. He was keeping his distance, but he wasn't far behind. My heart skipped a beat, and a cold sweat covered my body. I had no idea what to do. My dad seemed to sense it too, and without saying a word, he told me to run ahead and check if the library was open. I hesitated. I wanted to stay close to be with him, but I also knew that if I didn't do what he said, it would make things worse. I ran ahead, my legs heavy, my breath ragged in my throat. I dared not look back, but I could feel the man's presence, just behind me, like a shadow. I reached the library, my heart hammering in my chest, and checked the door. It was open. I ran back up the path, but when I turned the corner, I saw that the man in the leather jacket had turned around and was heading back the way he came. My dad didn't flinch. He looked like he had known what would happen. He walked a little faster, but his demeanor was calm, as though this was just another day in the city he knew too well. When we reached the top of the path, my dad stopped, his face tight. He turned to me and said that we were safe, that everything was fine, but I could see that it wasn't. I could feel the tension in the air. The man had followed us, but he hadn't made a move. I didn't know why, but I knew something had changed. My dad had confronted him, had made it clear that we weren't easy targets, and the man had backed off. Later that day, we heard the news. A Catholic taxi driver had been murdered on the street we had just walked down. I remember sitting in front of the TV with my dad, watching the news report. It was like something clicked in my mind. I had seen it. I had witnessed the planning, the quiet tension building in the air. We had walked right into the middle of it, and by some stroke of luck, we had made it out unscathed. But I knew what had almost happened. I knew we had been in the wrong place at the wrong time, and it could have gone terribly wrong. That evening, as we sat in silence, I understood that I had seen a glimpse of a world my young eyes were too innocent to fully grasp. The streets of Belfast were dangerous, and my dad knew how to survive in them. He knew the signs, he knew when to act, and he knew how to keep me safe. But I would never forget that afternoon. The fear, the tension, the feeling that something terrible was about to happen, and how close we had come to being a part of it. I don't really talk about what happened back in '99. It's one of those things that you try to bury deep in your mind, hoping you can forget, but it never quite works. It still feels like it happened yesterday. Sometimes, when I'm driving at night, I still see their faces in my rearview mirror, and I can hear those damn gunshots echo in my ears. It's been years, and yet, I can still feel the weight of it all. It was a typical day in Vermont. The kind of crisp, late autumn day where the air bites at your skin, and the ground is covered in a blanket of fallen leaves. The store I was leaving, the only grocery store for miles, was small, almost like something out of a small-town movie. It had an old, creaky door that would always jingle when someone walked in or out, and the floors were made of that cheap linoleum that squeaked underfoot. It was a quiet place, the kind where everyone knows everyone, and there's no rush. It's not like a big city grocery store where people are on their phones and rushing to get their stuff and leave. No, this place had a slow, comfortable pace, and it was rare that something out of the ordinary ever happened. I had just finished grabbing a few things for dinner. It wasn't anything special, just some vegetables, meat, and a loaf of bread. Nothing fancy. I'd been trying to take it easy recently, avoiding the chaos of my job and everything else. But that day, as I walked out of the store and headed to my car, something felt off. It wasn't anything big, just a gut feeling, like the hairs on the back of my neck standing up for no reason. I didn't pay it too much attention, though. You get that feeling sometimes, and it's usually nothing. People get anxious, and you move on. But as I walked past the entrance, I saw a young couple standing by a rusty old car in the parking lot. They looked like they were in their late 20s. The woman had a baby strapped to her chest in one of those carrier things, and she had a toddler holding her hand, bouncing around like toddlers do. The guy was standing a little further away, his hands in his pockets, looking frustrated. They were arguing, not a full-on screaming match, but their voices were loud enough that I could hear the tension in the air. The woman seemed upset about something, her face twisted in anger as she snapped at him. The guy, well, he didn't seem to be responding well. He was defensive, arms crossed, head down. I couldn't catch all of what they were saying, but from what I could tell, it wasn't anything too out of the ordinary. People argue all the time, especially when they've got a lot on their plate. And with a toddler and a baby in tow, I'm sure they had plenty on their plate. I felt for the woman, though. She looked tired, like someone who had been running on fumes for way too long. But I didn't want to get involved. You don't. You just don't. In small towns like that, people mind their own business. Maybe they were going through something. Maybe it was just a bad day. But I wasn't about to start playing therapist. So, I kept walking to my car. The whole thing felt like an afterthought, like nothing more than background noise as I loaded my bags into the trunk. The woman was starting to walk away, still holding the toddler's hand, while the guy stayed behind, his shoulders slumped, looking like he was trying to calm down. The baby was still quietly nestled against her chest, oblivious to whatever was happening. I got in my car and started it up, still hearing the faint sounds of their argument as I pulled out of the parking lot. I wasn't even out of the parking lot when I heard it. The first gunshot was so sharp, so sudden, that I almost swerved off the road. It sounded like a loud pop, and for a moment, I thought maybe it was a tire or something. But then came the second shot, and the third, each one louder than the last, like a hammer crashing into my skull. My heart skipped a beat. I slowed down, my foot pressing the brake harder than I should have. I wasn't sure what I had just heard, but it was unmistakable now. The sound of gunshots was clear, no doubt about it. And then the fourth shot. It was followed by a silence that felt too thick, too heavy. My hands gripped the steering wheel. I wasn't sure what to do. I thought about turning around, going back to the parking lot, but a part of me knew something was wrong. I could feel it deep in my gut, that sense of dread. It was too late. Whatever had happened, it had already happened. I didn't pull over. I couldn't. I kept driving, the sound of those gunshots still echoing in my ears. And then, as I looked into my rearview mirror, I saw him. The guy from earlier. He was standing there, his body slumped, a hand to his chest, and I saw the last shot. He didn't even flinch when the bullet hit. The way he just collapsed, like he had already made up his mind. I can't get that image out of my head. I can't unsee him, standing there, his life draining away with that last shot. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I didn't even know what to do. I was paralyzed, just staring at the rearview mirror, hoping this was some sick joke, hoping I'd blink and it would be gone. But it wasn't. It was real. It was too real. I didn't turn around, though. I didn't stop. I don't know why. Maybe I thought that if I kept driving, I could escape it. I don't know. I don't think I'll ever know what I was thinking. It was about 10 minutes later that I pulled into my driveway, my hands still shaking, my breath coming in short, uneven gasps. I sat in my car for a long time, just staring at the steering wheel. I didn't even know what to think. What had just happened? Why had he done it? Why did it feel like I was the only one who knew? The cops showed up later, after I made the call. I gave my statement, told them what I had seen. They said they would look into it, that they would investigate, but I didn't need to be a detective to know what had happened. He had killed his wife, his kids, and then he killed himself. I didn't need to hear the details to know that. The scene was too clear in my mind. The investigation didn't take long. They found the car still parked at the grocery store, the door left ajar. The woman, the kids, the guy, they were all gone. The cops said it was a murder-suicide. I didn't need them to tell me that. It felt like something that had been brewing for a long time, like he had already decided. I don't know why it happened. I don't know what pushed him over the edge. Was it the pressure of a young family? Financial troubles? A broken marriage? I'll never know. But I do know this. I still think about them. The faces of that woman and her kids. I still see them in my dreams sometimes. The image of the guy, standing there, just before he pulled the trigger, will never leave me. It's like it's burned into my brain, and I don't know if I'll ever get over it. I never went back to that grocery store. It's just a place now, a building that reminds me of the worst thing I've ever seen. Every time I drive by, I see those faces again. The woman's, the kids, and his. And that's the thing about something like this. It never really goes away. You don't get closure. You don't get answers. You just have to live with it. You carry it around like a weight that never gets lighter. I'm still haunted by what I saw, and I don't think I ever will be able to shake it. I can't erase that memory, no matter how hard I try. And sometimes, when I'm alone, I hear those gunshots in my head again, like they're happening all over again. It was just a normal day. A normal, ordinary day. But it turned into something I'll never forget. Something I wish I could unsee. When I was around 11 or 12, one of my classmates, Mike, had moved away. We'd been friends for a few years, and I remember feeling sad when he left. He was one of those kids who made everything fun, even if we were just hanging out in the schoolyard. A few months after he moved, I got an invitation from him. He was having a birthday party at his new place and invited a handful of us to come visit. It was kind of a big deal, especially since none of us had seen him in a while, and the idea of checking out his new home, which he claimed was surrounded by woods, was exciting. The day of the party came, and we all piled into a couple of cars to head out to his new place. I could feel the usual excitement in my stomach, the kind you get when you're going somewhere new, where you don't know what to expect. I'd only been to a few parties before, but this one felt different. We were getting older, and things were starting to feel more independent. It wasn't just cake and games anymore. This felt like a real adventure. When we got there, Mike gave us all a quick tour of the house. It was nice, big for sure, with a lot of rooms, but what caught my attention were the woods. He kept mentioning how cool they were and how much fun he'd been having exploring them with his new friend. The woods seemed huge, like they went on forever. It felt like a place where stories could be made, the kind of place kids like us dream about. I remember the smell of the fresh pine trees and the way the sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting everything in a sort of golden glow. It all looked like something out of a movie. After we had been hanging around inside for a while, Mike and his new friend Danny suggested we go out into the woods to check out a rope swing they had found. Mike had mentioned it before, but I hadn't thought much of it until then. My first instinct was to follow, like we all usually did when one of us had an idea for something new. But as I thought about it more, a weird feeling settled in my stomach. The woods didn't seem like a place to mess around, not in the way we normally did at the park or the schoolyard. It was too isolated, too empty. But I didn't want to be the one who held everyone back, so I decided to go along with it. We followed the trail Mike and Danny had mentioned, heading deeper into the trees. The path was narrow, barely wide enough for two people to walk side by side. The ground was soft from all the fallen pine needles and leaves, and I could hear the occasional crunch of branches underfoot. Every now and then we'd pass an old, fallen tree or a pile of rocks, but the woods still felt oddly quiet. It was like we were the only ones there, even though I knew there had to be more animals around. Rabbits, birds, maybe deer. The kind of creatures that hide when humans come near. But for some reason, all I could think about was the fact that everything seemed too still. After a while, we came to a small clearing, and I could see the rope swing hanging from a thick branch of an old oak tree. The swing itself wasn't much, just a long rope with a piece of wood tied to the end, hanging down over the edge of a steep hill. The area around it had been worn down by feet, making the ground a little clearer and easier to stand on. But beyond that, the woods dropped away into a steep hillside covered with rocks and bushes. I could see the drop from where I stood, and the sight of it made my stomach turn. It wasn't just a small drop either. It was a steep, uneven slope. If you fell off that swing at the wrong time, there was a real chance you could get hurt, seriously hurt. Mike and Danny were practically bouncing with excitement, like they had already done this before. They were pointing at the swing, asking who wanted to go first. For a moment, I thought about giving it a shot. It looked like it could be fun, but then I realized how dangerous it really was. The swing was high, the hill was steep, and if anything went wrong, if you lost your grip for just a second, it could turn into a disaster. I wasn't usually one to shy away from risks, but something about it felt off. I decided not to be the first one to try it, though I didn't want to be the one who backed out completely either. Danny, Mike's new friend, stepped forward without hesitation. He was one of those kids who seemed to have a lot to prove. He was a little older than us, and from what I could tell, trying to show off a bit. Maybe he thought it would make him look cooler if he went first. I don't know for sure, but he walked over to the rope swing and grabbed onto the handle. It looked like he knew what he was doing, like he had used this swing before. He pulled himself up onto the swing, his feet barely touching the ground as he adjusted his grip. Without any warning, he started swinging, building up speed quickly. The swing creaked under his weight as he went higher and higher. I could feel the adrenaline building in the air, and for a second, I almost felt like it was exciting, like this was something I could try too. But then something happened. At the peak of his swing, where he was swinging out over the steep hill, his grip slipped. It was just a split second, but that was all it took. I saw his hand let go of the rope, then the other one. He started falling toward the ground. and I thought for a moment that maybe he had planned to land somewhere safe, like he'd done it before and knew exactly where to fall. But there was no safe landing. Danny crashed into the felled tree below the swing, his body slamming hard into it with a sickening thud. The sound echoed through the woods, and I froze. I thought maybe he'd just hit the tree hard, that he'd get up and brush it off. But no, his body slid off the tree and landed on the rocks below with a sickening scrape. I couldn't move. It was like my legs had turned to stone, and my mind was trying to process what had just happened. Mike was the first to react. He yelled for Danny, but it was like the words didn't even make it out of his mouth. We all started running down the hill, trying to get to him, but the way the ground was sloped and uneven made it harder than it should have been. It felt like the world had slowed down. The trees seemed to loom over us, the ground too soft underfoot, and the rocks too sharp. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears, my breath coming in ragged gasps as we finally reached him. When we got to Danny, I could see right away that something was terribly wrong. His lips were already blue. His body was twisted at an unnatural angle, and the blood on his shirt was already starting to dry. We didn't know what to do. We all stood there, staring, unable to process the reality of it. Mike dropped to his knees, shaking, and I think I was too. We weren't sure what to do. No one had any idea what to do in that moment. I think we all just assumed that he was breathing, that he would somehow wake up, that it was just a bad fall, but deep down, we knew he wasn't coming back. We ran back to the house, all of us terrified, some of us crying, trying to get help. It felt like everything was happening too fast, like we couldn't keep up with it. Mike's parents called the authorities, and we were all told to stay inside. But we all knew. Danny wasn't going to make it. Later, when the ambulance came, it was clear that it was too late. The paramedics did their best, but there was nothing they could do. The rest of the day went by in a blur. It felt unreal, like I was stuck in a nightmare that I couldn't wake up from. Mike's birthday party had turned into something I would never forget, and not in the way I had imagined. The police came by, asked us questions, and told us that accidents like this sometimes happen, but I don't think any of us believed that. We kept thinking back to the swing, and how it had all gone wrong so quickly. How we never should have let him go first. How we should have told him not to do it. But it was too late for all of that. Danny's funeral wasn't long after, and it hit me hard. I didn't know him as well as Mike, but the whole thing felt so senseless. I thought about that rope swing for a long time after, about how something so simple could turn so dark. And I realized that sometimes, no matter how many times you try to predict the outcome, life still throws things at you that you can't control. I never went back to those woods, never looked at the rope swing again. And every time I think about it now, I feel a cold weight in my chest, knowing that one moment, one choice, can change everything. I grew up in Northern Virginia, a place full of history, especially Civil War history. It's not uncommon for a school field trip to end up at one of the many battlefields, old homes, or plantations that dot the area. We were always told that these trips were educational, a way to learn about history and the people who lived here long before us. But one trip in particular, one that I've never forgotten, stands out as something that I still don't fully understand. It's something that still creeps me out when I think about it, even all these years later. I was 10 in 5th grade, and our class went to Belle Grove Plantation. It was located at the Cedar Creek battlefield, a place rich with history, but also a place that had seen a lot of bloodshed during the Civil War. At first glance, Belle Grove looked like any other old house, grand and stately, but it was different. You could feel the history in the air. The plantation house still had bullet holes in the columns, scars from the battle that had taken place so many years ago. It was a strange feeling, knowing that so much had happened there, yet it all seemed so quiet now. We started the tour in the kitchen of the plantation. The guide, an older woman, was explaining life on the plantation, what it was like for the people who lived and worked there. The rest of the class was mostly fidgeting, as kids do when they're stuck listening to a lecture about things that don't seem all that exciting. The kitchen was a huge room with big, heavy doors on either side. They were both open, letting in a bit of fresh air. It was a warm spring day, and we could hear the soft rustle of the trees and the occasional bird chirping outside. But there was something else too. At first, I thought it was one of the other kids humming under their breath. It was a soft, almost melodic sound, just outside the room. But when I looked around, everyone else was standing still, listening, just like I was. The humming didn't stop. It wasn't coming from any of us. It was coming from outside. The humming was too clear, too deliberate to be from any of us. Our teacher's aide, Bulldog, who was a big woman with a no-nonsense attitude, immediately told us all to stop it. "Who's humming? Cut it out," she barked, looking around the room. But no one admitted to it. Bulldog wasn't the type to back down, so she walked over to one of the doors and went out, clearly annoyed. She came back a moment later, shaking her head. "There's no one out there," she said, her voice sounding odd, like she wasn't sure what to think. I went around the side of the house and checked the garden. There's nobody out there. The humming didn't stop, though. It kept going, soft and steady, like a lullaby carried on the breeze. Bulldog looked at the tour guide, and they exchanged a few words, though I didn't hear what they said. Bulldog walked out again, this time through the door that led to the garden, and disappeared around the corner. I don't remember how much longer we stood there in silence, all of us listening to that humming. It felt like an eternity. Then Bulldog came back into the room. Her face was pale, almost gray, and she didn't say a word at first. She just stood there, looking at the guide. Then she spoke, her voice low, almost hesitant. "There's no one out there," she repeated. But I could hear it, the humming, right in the garden. That was the moment I knew something was off. Something didn't add up. It wasn't just an accident or someone playing a trick. It was as if the humming was coming from somewhere we couldn't see, and it wasn't going away. I remember feeling uneasy as the tour continued. I tried to shake off the feeling, but it stuck with me. Every time I'd glance over at one of the doors, I'd half expect to see something, or someone, standing just outside watching us. The tour ended not long after that, and we were herded back outside to get on the bus. I didn't hear the humming again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had happened in that kitchen, something we weren't meant to understand. Years went by, and I sort of forgot about that trip. Like most things from childhood, the memory faded into the background, tucked away in the corner of my mind. But when I was older, I picked up a book called Ghosts of Virginia. I was browsing through it one evening when a story caught my eye. It was about Belle Grove Plantation. The story told of the lady of the house, a woman who had lived there long before the Civil War had even started. One day, she was found in the smokehouse, badly beaten, half dragged into the embers of the fire. The marks on her face were unmistakable, clear imprints from someone's fists. She died from her injuries just days later. They said a slave girl was accused of the murder, and she was hanged for it. But here's where it gets strange. The lady of the house had been known to walk the garden, often humming a soft, eerie tune as she moved between the flowers. People had seen her there, walking alone, humming to herself in the quiet of the garden. And over the years, others had reported hearing humming in the garden, even though no one was there. It seemed to echo through the air, haunting the place, much like the ghosts that supposedly roamed the land. That's when I made the connection. The humming I'd heard, the same humming that Bulldog had heard, the same humming that had echoed in my ears all those years ago, it had been her. The lady of the house, the one who had been beaten and left to die. She had been known for humming in the garden, and it seemed that even after all these years, her presence lingered, leaving behind her eerie, unexplainable tune. It shook me. I didn't know what to make of it. I wasn't a big believer in ghosts or spirits or anything like that. But what had happened at Belle Grove didn't sit right with me. It wasn't a coincidence. It couldn't be. The timing, the place, the circumstances, it all pointed to something beyond explanation. I had never told anyone about what I'd heard that day. I still haven't. It was too strange, too unsettling, and I wasn't sure how to explain it. But I knew what I'd heard. I knew what Bulldog had heard. And what the book said, well, it just made everything fall into place, even if I didn't want it to. It wasn't some ghost story or a tale to tell around a campfire. It was a real thing, tied to real history, real pain, and real suffering. And it had left a mark on that place. The next time I think back to that day at Belle Grove, I don't think of the plantation's beauty or its history. I think of the humming. I think of how it lingered in the air, like a memory that wouldn't fade. How, even now, I can still hear it in my mind, clear as day, just like it was back then. And I wonder if anyone else ever hears it. I wonder if it still echoes in the garden, soft and steady, waiting for someone else to listen. But one thing's for sure, I don't think I'll ever forget that day, or the sound that still sends a chill down my spine every time I think of it. When I was younger, I had a bunk bed. I slept at the top, and my younger brothers slept at the bottom. It wasn't the biggest room, but it was mine and I liked it. It felt safe, at least it did, for the most part. We had our own space, my brother and I, and that was pretty rare. Our parents made sure we each had our own space in the house, which meant we didn't have to share a bed. It was a luxury, or at least I thought so back then. One summer morning, I woke up feeling incredibly lazy. The sun was already up, streaming through the window and casting light across the room. I could hear the usual sounds of the house, the clink of dishes, my parents talking quietly in the kitchen. But I just didn't want to get up. I was 12 at the time, and like most kids, summer was a time for staying up late and sleeping in. I wasn't in any hurry to get up, so I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, letting the warmth of the blankets keep me there. The room was still and quiet, almost too quiet. I didn't hear anything unusual, no footsteps or voices. Just the hum of the air conditioning in the background. I loved how peaceful it was in the mornings before everyone else had fully woken up. My bed was against the far wall, and my head rested near the window. The room itself was simple. White walls, a dresser in the corner, a few scattered toys and books from years ago, and of course my bunk bed. My brother's side of the room was filled with action figures, piles of comics, and some random sports equipment. My side was a little tidier, not that I kept it organized or anything. I had a shelf with some trophies from school, a few old stuffed animals, and a pile of video games by the bed. Nothing too extravagant, but it felt like home. I remember feeling especially relaxed that morning, not a care in the world. I wasn't expecting anything to happen, but then something did. I had been lying on my back for a while, just staring at the ceiling when I felt it. At first, it was light, almost like a gentle tap. It was on my leg, right above my knee, like someone had gently poked me. I didn't move right away, thinking it might have been my little sister, who liked to sneak into my room sometimes. She was always up early, running around when everyone else was still half asleep. It wouldn't be the first time she tried to play a prank on me, but then it happened again. This time, it was more like a press, a slow, steady pressure on my leg. The feeling of weight shifted slightly, like someone was pushing down, testing my reaction. It felt real, like a hand, or maybe an arm, had been placed on me. It wasn't a dream, and it wasn't the sheets shifting around. This was something different. "Stop it, Sarah," I mumbled, not really thinking about it. I was still lying down, facing the ceiling, just half awake. There was no response. No giggle, no sound of little feet scurrying away. I wasn't worried, though. She was probably just playing around, right? It was only when I didn't feel her move away that I started to get a little suspicious. A few moments passed. The feeling on my leg didn't disappear. It wasn't uncomfortable, but it was strange. It didn't make sense. I could still hear the faint sounds of the house around me, the fridge humming, my mom singing softly in the kitchen, but I couldn't hear any footsteps. Nothing that would explain what I was feeling. I turned my head slightly, trying to peer over the edge of the top bunk, expecting to see my sister crouched down, trying to hide from me. But the room was empty. The door to my room was closed, just like it had been when I woke up, and I couldn't see anyone. "Sarah, seriously," I said, sitting up a little now. Still, there was no response. No sound. The pressure on my leg didn't move, though, and it started to feel more like a weight. Like someone was leaning into me, or something was resting there. It was a steady pressure, and it felt solid. I had grown a little more aware at this point. My brain was starting to catch up, and the laziness I had felt before was quickly fading. I was becoming more alert now, trying to make sense of it. I shifted on the top bunk, expecting to see my sister slip out from under the bed or pop out from somewhere I hadn't noticed. But when I looked around, there was no sign of her. My brother, who was usually a heavy sleeper, was still asleep at the bottom of the bunk bed, his back turned toward me. At this point, I started to get a little annoyed. If Sarah was trying to mess with me, she was being way too quiet about it. I sat up all the way, hanging my legs over the edge of the top bunk and preparing to get down. I had a feeling she was hiding somewhere, maybe under the bed or behind the door. I was going to catch her. I jumped down off the top bunk and landed on the floor. My feet hit the cold wood of the floorboards, and I immediately felt the coolness of the room on my skin. I spun around quickly, ready to tell my sister to leave me alone. But there was no one. I stood there for a second, looking around the room in disbelief. The door to my room was still closed, and nothing had changed. It was like the feeling I had just experienced never happened. But it did happen. The pressure on my leg had felt real. It had weight to it, and now there was no one there. I went to the bed and looked under it, expecting to find my sister crouching down there, giggling. But there was nothing. No hiding spot. The floor was clear, and the room was empty. I walked back to the middle of the room, still trying to make sense of what had just happened. The silence around me felt heavy now, almost oppressive. My mind was racing, trying to piece together what I had just experienced. I had felt something. It had to have been real, right? I didn't imagine it. My brother was still asleep, undisturbed by the strange experience. I glanced at the door again, wondering if maybe my sister had left after I had woken up. But there was no sign of her, and no sign of anyone else either. I decided to ask my parents about it when I saw them later. I needed to make sure I wasn't going crazy, or worse, hallucinating. That evening, I asked everyone, my mom, my dad, my siblings, if anyone had come into my room that morning. If anyone had touched me while I was lying in bed. But everyone said no. They had all been either in the kitchen or outside, and no one had even been near my room. No one had come into my room. No one had touched me. No one except me had been there. I don't know what happened that morning, but it still bothers me. I know what I felt. I know what happened, but there's no explanation. My parents chalked it up to me being half asleep, or maybe imagining things. But how could I have imagined it so clearly, so vividly? The weight of it, the feeling of it, it didn't feel like a dream or some random sensation. It felt real. Too real. It's been 12 years now, and I still think about it every so often. Sometimes, when I'm alone in my room, I'll think back to that day. What touched me? Was it just my mind playing tricks on me? I've never been able to figure it out, and maybe I never will. But I know one thing for sure. Whatever it wasn't something I could explain away. And to this day, I can't shake the feeling that there's something I'm missing, something I don't fully understand. It was a moment in my life that felt too real to be explained, and it's something I'll never forget. I had been with him for a couple of years before everything started unraveling. When we first met, he was charming, funny, and seemed to have his life together. But over time, little things began to change. The late nights at work started becoming more frequent, the strange mood swings, and the way he'd look at me with that distant, almost lost look in his eyes. It wasn't until after I had my third child that I realized something was terribly wrong. I was exhausted, trying to take care of 3 small kids while also juggling the responsibilities of being a partner. I had always known he had some demons, small stuff at first, like the occasional drinking, but nothing too alarming. But it wasn't until one day when I found a hidden stash of meth in the back of his truck that the truth hit me like a ton of bricks. I confronted him, and he didn't even try to deny it. I guess he was too far gone by that point to even pretend. It felt like a slap in the face. He had been lying to me for who knows how long, and all of a sudden, everything started to make sense. The mood swings, the paranoia, the erratic behavior. I was living with a stranger. After everything he'd done to me and to our family, I knew I couldn't let this go on any longer. I had to kick him out. I had 3 kids to protect, and that was more important than anything else. When I told him it was over, he didn't argue much. He didn't beg for me back, didn't put up a fight. He just left, and I thought that was the last of it. But it wasn't. It wasn't anywhere close. A few days later, maybe a week, I received a friend request on Facebook. At first, I thought it was just one of those things, someone trying to connect, or maybe an old friend from high school. But when I clicked on the profile, I realized it was his. It wasn't his real name, though. It was some fake one, a barely there attempt at disguising himself. The posts on the page were disturbing. They were all about killing me and my kids, and his plans to take his own life. The most recent post was a selfie. A selfie of him standing in my backyard. My blood ran cold. I had to take a second to process it. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of it all. Was he actually in my yard? Was he watching me? Was he still out there, waiting for a moment to make good on his threats? I grabbed my phone and tried to call him, but there was no answer. My stomach was in knots, and I could feel the panic rising in me like a tidal wave. He was unstable, unpredictable, and now he was threatening me in the most personal way possible. I was on my way home with the kids when I saw the request. I had just been at my parents' house the day before, picking up my dad's 9mm handgun for protection. I didn't know if I'd need it, but I wasn't taking any chances. He had already sent messages through mutual friends about burning my house down. I didn't know what to do, who to trust, or where to turn. I called the police right away. But when they picked up, they didn't take it seriously. They said they didn't have an officer available to come check my house before I arrived, that it wasn't urgent enough to warrant a visit. My heart sank as I tried to explain that I lived in the middle of the woods, in a quiet area where help would take forever to arrive. Just check your house when you get home, and if you see anything suspicious, give us a call, the dispatcher told me. I wanted to scream. How could they not see how dangerous this was? He had made threats, and now he was lurking around my property. The thought of my children being in danger while I was out there trying to hold it together was unbearable. But I didn't have a choice. When I pulled into the driveway, I made the kids stay in the car. I told my oldest to listen to me, to follow my instructions carefully in case anything happened. My hands were shaking as I pulled the gun from the glove compartment and checked it, making sure it was loaded. I wasn't a gun expert, but I had to make sure I was ready. I didn't know if he was hiding in my house, waiting for me to make a mistake, but I wasn't going to give him the opportunity to hurt me or my kids. With my heart pounding in my chest, I stepped out of the car and walked slowly toward the door. The night air was still, too still. The moonlight barely touched the ground, and the woods around my house felt suffocating, like they were closing in on me. Every shadow, every sound, made my heart race. I could hear my breath coming in short gasps, but I pushed it down, telling myself to stay calm. I had to get inside, and I had to make sure the house was clear. I turned the handle slowly, making sure the door wasn't locked. It creaked as it opened, and I stepped inside. The darkness of the house swallowed me whole. I had to remind myself that I was in control, that I could do this. I crept through the house, sweeping each room, gun raised, checking every corner, every closet. Every time I entered a room, my mind raced with the possibility that he was waiting for me, hiding just out of sight, ready to strike. It was the longest few minutes of my life. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, the oppressive silence making everything feel worse. Every creak in the house, every gust of wind outside, felt like it could be him. The thought that he might be right there, watching me, knowing I was vulnerable, was terrifying. I checked the kitchen, the living room, the kids' rooms. Nothing. The house was empty, but I didn't feel safe. Not yet. I kept moving, making sure every door was locked, every window secured. I couldn't let my guard down, not for a second. When I finally returned to the car, my hands were clammy, and my legs felt like jelly. I told my kids to stay in the car and locked the doors as I moved around the house, checking again to make sure every entrance was secure. I spent what felt like hours checking, rechecking, making sure nothing was out of place, that no one was lurking nearby. The next few days were just as terrifying. I had to check my house every time I came home. It didn't matter if it was daytime or night. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was out there, watching, waiting. My kids were scared too. They could sense the tension, the unease that filled the air. I tried to reassure them, to make them feel safe, but the truth was, I wasn't sure how to protect them from someone who could appear at any moment. The police were called several more times, but nothing changed. They didn't seem to care. They didn't think the threats were serious enough to warrant action. It wasn't until I went to court a couple of weeks later, after a series of increasingly alarming messages, that I was granted a restraining order. It was a small piece of paper, but it gave me a fleeting sense of security. But the fear didn't go away. Every noise, every flicker of movement in my peripheral vision made me jump. I never stopped looking over my shoulder, never stopped wondering if he would show up again. It was like living in constant fear, a never-ending cycle of waiting for something bad to happen. Then a year ago, I got the news. He had died. No details, no warning, just gone. And for the first time in what felt like forever, I felt relief. It wasn't the relief of a victory. It was the relief of knowing that I no longer had to look over my shoulder, wondering if he was going to show up and hurt me or my kids. The fear was finally gone. The constant tension, the dread, it all disappeared. But there was also an emptiness. I didn't mourn him. I didn't feel sorry for him. He had chosen his path, and I had to make sure my children and I were safe. I had to move forward, to rebuild our lives without him. And for the first time in a long time, I felt like I could breathe again. That woman, Mrs. Grace, was a saint in my eyes. Growing up, She was everything that I thought was good about the world. She was the kind of person who would go out of her way to do something nice, even when she didn't have to. I first met her through my best friend, Josh. Josh and I lived in a small town, and his family lived just down the block from mine. He would invite me over after school, and that's when I started seeing Mrs. Grace regularly. She was always in her garden, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, her hands covered in dirt as she worked on her flowers. It was almost like she was always surrounded by this glow of goodness. She wasn't just about the little things, though. Mrs. Grace had this warmth that made you feel safe, like there was no harm in the world as long as she was around. She volunteered every weekend at the church, always there for everyone in need. People who had no money, no food, no shelter, they all knew they could count on her. When she found out that Josh and I had a lot of free time on weekends, she started giving us little tasks. One of those tasks was picking up cigarette butts on the block. It was always so random, but it gave us something to do. She didn't want us hanging around the street doing nothing, and this was her way of making sure we were productive. And when we were done, she'd always give us $5 each, and sometimes she'd let us take a seat at the table for a snack. It was always candy, maybe some homemade cookies. I remember feeling so appreciated in her presence. It was like she saw the best in us, even when we didn't always see it ourselves. It didn't take long before she started telling us about her boyfriend, a man named Richard. She'd met him at church. He was older than her, but she didn't mind. She spoke of him with a tenderness in her voice that made me think he was the most important person in the world to her. I never thought much of Richard, though. He didn't seem like anything special to me. But then again, I wasn't paying much attention. I was still young and focused on my own life, but I could tell Mrs. Grace was happy. And that's what mattered to me. As the weeks went by, I noticed the change in Richard. He started showing up at Mrs. Grace's house more and more, and there was a shift in her. She seemed quieter when he was around. I didn't see her as much. I remember thinking that maybe it was just a phase. But when I did see her, there was this unease in her eyes. She was still kind, of course, but it was like something had started to drain her. I didn't know what it was, but I could feel it. At first, I thought it was just me being paranoid. Maybe Richard was just a little too serious about the relationship, or maybe it was the pressure of being with someone who was so devout. But then I noticed something strange. Mrs. Grace started giving us fewer and fewer tasks. She wasn't inviting us over as much, and when she did, there was this tension in the air. Josh and I would always leave her house feeling like we had just walked through a storm, even though it was sunny outside. One day, Josh came to me with a strange look on his face. His voice was low, as though he didn't want anyone else to hear. "My mom told me something about Richard," he said, glancing over his shoulder. "She said that he's been acting weird, like really paranoid. He thinks Mrs. Grace is cheating on him." I remember laughing at first. "What? That doesn't make sense. She's too nice to cheat on anyone. She'd never hurt someone like that." But Josh was serious. "That's the thing. He says she's too nice. He thinks she's too friendly with other men, and that it means she's not loyal to him." I didn't know how to process that. It sounded like something out of a twisted movie, not something that could happen to someone as kind as Mrs. Grace. But then, the more I thought about it, the more it made sense. Richard had always been a little controlling. I remember him asking Mrs. Grace to stop volunteering so much, to not help other people, as though that was somehow a bad thing. He wanted her all to himself. It was a few weeks after Josh told me about Richard's suspicions when everything changed. I'll never forget that afternoon. The air was warm and sticky, and the sun was high in the sky. I was hanging out with Josh, just walking around the block, when we saw a police car pull up in front of Mrs. Grace's townhouse. At first, I didn't think much of it. I figured it was some kind of routine check, or maybe someone had reported a noise complaint. But then I saw the look on the officer's face. It was the kind of look you get when you know something bad has happened, something you can't take back. I didn't think to run over there, to ask what was going on. I didn't even want to know. Later that evening, my mom told me what had happened. She had heard it from a neighbor, someone who had witnessed it all. Richard had waited for Mrs. Grace to come home from work. He'd been sitting in his car, watching the house, waiting for her to arrive. And when she did, he confronted her right outside her front door. They argued. The kind of argument that no one should ever have in public, especially not in the middle of the afternoon. I don't know what was said, but at some point, Richard lost control. He dragged her to the ground, and from what I was told, he didn't even try to hide what he was doing. He pulled out a knife, and in a moment of unimaginable rage, he cut her heart out of her chest right there on the sidewalk. It's hard to describe the horror of it, the graphic nature of what happened. I couldn't get the image out of my mind. Mrs. Grace, the sweetest woman I had ever known, lying lifeless on the ground, her heart in his hands. And he just sat there afterward, holding it. He didn't run. He didn't flee. He waited for the police to come, like he had done the right thing, like he was justified. When the police finally arrived, they found Richard sitting on the ground, still holding her heart. They arrested him immediately. The whole thing was in the news for days. I couldn't stop thinking about Mrs. Grace. How had this happened to her? How could someone so good, someone who gave everything to others, end up like that? The trial came not long after. It was all anyone could talk about for months. Richard's defense was that he was driven by jealousy, that he believed Mrs. Grace was unfaithful, even though there was no evidence of it. He claimed that he couldn't stand to see her showing kindness to other men. He couldn't stand to share her with the world, and in his twisted mind, he thought that by killing her, he could make her love him again, that it would somehow fix the broken trust he had imagined. But no matter how much he tried to justify it, there was no understanding how someone could go from falling in love with a woman because of her kindness to brutalizing her for it. The jury found him guilty of murder, and he was sentenced to 60 years in prison. But that didn't make it easier to cope with what had happened. The fact that he was so old meant he wouldn't live long enough to see the end of his sentence, and that was somehow the only thing that made me feel like there was justice in the world. As the years went by, the memory of Mrs. Grace stayed with me. I tried not to let it define my life, but every now and then, I would think back to those days of picking up cigarette butts on the block, sitting at her kitchen table with candy in hand. I missed her. I missed her kindness, her innocence. The world lost something beautiful that day, and no matter how much time passed, it would never be the same again. In the end, Richard's life in prison became its own form of justice. He lived out his days behind bars, haunted by the fact that he had destroyed the one good thing in his life. The woman who had loved him, who had tried so hard to show him kindness, was gone forever, and all because he couldn't understand the meaning of that kindness. It was a cruel and senseless end, and I don't think I'll ever fully understand it. But I do know one thing. Mrs. Grace will always be remembered, not for the way she died, but for the way she lived. Her legacy of kindness will outlive any evil. And that, in the end, is the most important thing. It was an ordinary Wednesday morning, and I was ready to start another long day. I was 22, living alone in a small bungalow that I had rented just a few months after finishing college. My life had always been a balancing act, working multiple jobs while also managing my disability. I have cerebral palsy, which means I rely on a wheelchair to get around, and everyday tasks that many people take for granted are a challenge for me. But I've always refused to let it hold me back. I've had jobs at all kinds of places, from coffee shops to therapy centers, and everything in between. At the time, my main job was as a dance, fitness, and play therapy assistant. I worked with a group of therapists who helped young people with physical and learning disabilities, as well as those dealing with extreme behavioral disorders. It was rewarding work, even though it could be emotionally and physically exhausting. I loved it, but it meant that I needed to be at my best every day, and that meant being on time. I lived alone, and I relied on a cab service to take me to work every day, given that I couldn't drive myself. I'd been using the same cab company for months now. Most of the drivers were great, friendly, polite, and professional. They understood what I needed, and they were quick to help with loading my wheelchair in and out of the car. But like most businesses, there were always a few bad apples. Some of the drivers were a little too forward, a little too nosy, or just plain rude. One driver, in particular, I'd had issues with before. He had made inappropriate comments, asked me out for drinks more than once, and once brushed his hand against my back in a way that made my skin crawl. I had reported him to the company before, but there wasn't much else I could do. As a full-time wheelchair user, I wasn't in a position to fight back physically, and I didn't want to cause a scene, so I just tried to avoid him when I could. On this particular morning, though, it was impossible to avoid him. He showed up around 8:30 a.m., which was later than usual. I had a meeting at work, and I was already behind schedule. I transferred from my wheelchair into the car with his help, and I noticed he was standing far too close to me. I felt his breath on the back of my neck, and his hand brushed over my back and down towards my bottom. It was just enough for me to feel it, but not enough for me to react quickly. I froze for a moment, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over me. I immediately pulled away, turning to face him. My heart started racing. "Hey, don't do that," I snapped, my voice shaky but firm. I managed to swing around and sit in the car, my body tense with anger and disgust. He just laughed. It wasn't a friendly laugh, more of a sneer. "What's the problem?" he asked, almost mocking me. I didn't do anything wrong. I tried to ignore him, looking straight ahead, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I had a bad feeling about the ride, and I knew it wasn't just because of the previous incidents. This time, something felt darker. We started driving, and for the first few minutes, I didn't think much of it. But as the ride continued, I noticed we weren't following the usual route to work. We were going down unfamiliar streets, the buildings and landmarks becoming increasingly foreign to me. "Hey," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Why are we going this way? The center's the other direction." He didn't answer immediately. I glanced over at him, trying to read his face, but he was looking straight ahead, his grip tight on the steering wheel. "Why are you going this way?" I asked again, this time with more urgency. I needed to know what was going on. I had a meeting in 20 minutes, and I couldn't afford to be late. Finally, he spoke, his voice cold and emotionless. "You know I live around here, right? I could take you to my flat. My mates are there. 3 of them. And there wouldn't be anything you could do about it." A chill ran through me. I tried to suppress the panic rising in my chest, but it was hard. My mind raced as I tried to come up with a plan. I was trapped. My wheelchair wasn't going to help me in a fight. I wasn't physically strong enough to defend myself, and I certainly couldn't outrun anyone. All I could do was rely on my voice and my wits. "If I'm any later, work will call me," I said, my voice coming out steadier than I felt. "And they have your company's details. I'll make sure everyone knows what's going on." The driver didn't respond at first. He just stared straight ahead, his face a mask of anger. He didn't seem to care that I'd just threatened him with getting caught. I didn't care, though. I needed to keep him talking. I needed him to know I wasn't completely helpless. But my words felt weak, pointless. Time seemed to drag on as we drove through unfamiliar streets. I kept my eyes trained on the windows, trying to gauge where we were. It wasn't long before I recognized the familiar landmarks. The grocery store I passed every morning, the park with the swings that I sometimes stopped at to watch kids play. We were back on the usual route. When the cab finally pulled up in front of my work, I was visibly shaken. I could feel my heart still pounding in my chest, and my hands were trembling as I unbuckled my seatbelt. My boss, who had been waiting for me at the door, noticed immediately. He had a look of concern in his eyes, probably because of how pale I must have looked. "Everything okay?" he asked, his voice gentle but filled with concern. I nodded, though I didn't feel okay. "Yeah, just late, I guess." I didn't want to say anything right then, not in front of everyone. It wasn't until I was sitting at my desk, trying to calm down, that I finally told my supervisor what had happened. At first, she was just as shocked as I had been, but she was also calm, taking immediate action. She called the cab company, reporting the driver and explaining what had happened. Then, she called the police. I was interviewed at work by 2 officers, both of whom were kind and understanding, but I could tell they were taking the situation very seriously. I didn't know what happened to the driver. The company said they would conduct an investigation, and the police spoke to him, but I never saw him again. I'd like to think he was fired, but I'll never know for sure. What I did know was that my life had been changed that day. I couldn't unremember the way he had spoken to me, the way he had made me feel powerless. But I had also learned something important. I wasn't as helpless as I'd always thought. I had the ability to fight back, to speak up, even when I felt like I had no power. After that, I was more cautious about who I allowed in my life, even in the small ways. I wasn't going to let anyone take advantage of me, no matter how much they might try. It wasn't easy, but I kept working, kept moving forward, and made sure that no one could ever make me feel small again. It wasn't the first time something like that had happened to me, but it was the last. I grew up in a small town in Bumfuck, Tennessee, where everyone knew everyone else's business, and the streets were so quiet at night you could hear a pin drop. One of the odd things about our little area was the bridge. It wasn't anything special, just a simple old thing with some rusting iron supports and a cracked surface, but it had a reputation. People said the bridge screamed at night. Not just any scream, but the kind that made your blood run cold, like a woman being tortured, and it was supposed to happen only if you were actually sitting on the bridge itself. It's funny how stories like that spread when you're growing up, and for years I'd heard about it, but I'd never thought to check it out. After all, who wants to sit on a bridge in the middle of nowhere at night, especially when everyone says it's cursed? But then, one evening, a few of my friends and I were sitting around, drinking beers like we always did. The talk drifted to that old bridge again. It was one of those nights where nothing else seemed interesting, and we were all too young and dumb to think through the consequences of our actions. Maybe we were trying to prove something to ourselves, or maybe we were just bored. Whatever the reason, we got it in our heads that we were going to drive out to that bridge and see if the stories were true. We were all a little tipsy, maybe a lot tipsy, but that only made the idea seem even more fun. So, 5 of us piled into a beat-up car, the kind that rattled when you hit a bump in the road. It was about 1:30 a.m. by the time we pulled up to the bridge. The road was winding and dark, the kind where the trees seemed to press in from both sides like they were closing in on you. When we finally got to the bridge, we parked the car right in the middle, turned off the engine, and just sat there in the silence. You could feel the stillness, like the air was waiting for something. The night was clear, the moon full, but there was a coldness to it, a quiet that made everything seem too still. We sat there for a good 45 minutes, joking around, debating whether or not it was all just a bunch of bullshit. No screams. No sounds at all except for the occasional rustle of the trees, the kind of noise you don't really notice until it goes silent. We'd already started to convince ourselves that maybe it was just an old town story, another one of those things that got exaggerated over time. Then it happened. The scream came out of nowhere, and I'm not talking about a faint noise in the distance. This was up close, like it was right next to us. I don't think any of us moved for a second, because none of us could process what we were hearing. It was like the scream of a woman, and I don't mean just a scream. It was loud. So loud, it felt like the whole air around the car vibrated. It was sharp and horrible, the kind of scream you hear in a nightmare, the kind that makes your chest tighten. It sounded like someone was being torn apart, like their skin was being ripped off, and it was happening right outside the rear passenger side window of the car. That's where I was sitting, and I could hear it clear as day, so close I thought the woman was right there. My heart skipped a beat, and I swear I could feel the blood drain from my face. The moonlight coming through the trees was just enough to see that there was nothing out there, no animal, no figure, nothing that could explain that sound. Just darkness. But the scream didn't stop. It stretched on for what felt like a lifetime. It lasted 3 or 4 seconds, long enough to make me want to crawl out of my skin. It wasn't the short bursts like you hear from a bobcat when they're in heat. No, this was something else. This wasn't natural. It wasn't an animal. I don't know who reacted first, but it was like a switch flipped. We all went from zero to panic in the blink of an eye. The car engine roared to life, and we tore off like we were being chased by something, the tires screeching on the road as we threw it into gear. I don't even remember what I was thinking in that moment. I just wanted to get the hell away from the bridge. The car flew down the road, and we didn't stop until we'd put a good couple of miles between us and that place. The silence in the car was deafening, broken only by the sound of heavy breathing. We all just sat there, too stunned to speak, our minds racing with what had just happened. Finally, one of us broke the silence. I think it was Ricky, the quiet one of the group. He didn't say much, but his voice cracked when he finally spoke. What the hell was that? The question hung in the air, unanswered. No one had any explanation. We all had different ideas, but none of them made sense. Bobcat? No, this was no bobcat scream. I've heard bobcats scream before, and they don't sound like that. I've hunted in the woods and heard their calls echoing through the trees. They make this choppy, repetitive scream, but it's nothing like the long, torturous wail we've just heard. It's a terrifying noise, don't get me wrong, but it's not this. This was something far worse. We pulled over a few miles down the road to process what had just happened, though I'm not sure any of us were really ready to process it. The adrenaline was still coursing through me, and I was shaking so badly I could barely hold the door handle. It wasn't just nerves, it was fear. The kind of fear that grips you when you don't know what you just saw, what you just heard, but you know deep down that something wasn't right. Ricky wasn't the only one who looked like he'd seen a ghost. I could feel my heart racing in my chest, and my palms were sweating. Dude, Steve said, his voice small. "What the hell do you think that was?" The question seemed pointless, but nobody had an answer. We all sat there in the car, looking at each other, too scared to go back, but too scared to speak up and suggest we just go home. The air felt thick, heavy, like the night was pressing down on us. And then, in the silence, we heard it. Ricky, of all people, had pissed himself. He didn't even try to hide it, sitting there in the seat, wide-eyed, not caring that the seat was soaked. I've known Ricky for years, and I've never seen him react to anything like that before. It wasn't like he was a soft guy either. He'd always been the one to joke around and keep everyone's spirits up, but that scream, whatever it was, had broken him. We stayed there for another few minutes, everyone still too scared to move, until Mike, who was driving, finally broke the silence. "We're not going back," he said, his voice shaking. "Let's just go home." And that was it. No one argued. We turned the car around and headed back. We didn't talk about the scream again, not really. It was like some unspoken agreement that we'd all just pretend it didn't happen, that maybe we'd imagined it. But I know none of us could shake the feeling that something had happened that night, something we couldn't explain. When we finally got home, I was so wired from the whole thing that I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing that scream in my head, replaying it over and over. My whole body was tense, and every noise seemed louder than usual. I tried to tell myself it was just some animal, some weird echo or something. But deep down, I knew better. Whatever it wasn't normal. We never went back to the bridge. Not a single one of us. It's strange, because when you grow up in a place like this, you get used to the odd stories, the things people say are cursed or haunted. But this was different. This wasn't a story. This wasn't some ghost story. This was something real, something that made you feel like your very existence didn't matter in the face of whatever made that scream. As for the bridge, it sits there, forgotten by most of the town. People don't talk about it much anymore, and I'm not sure if anyone even remembers the old tale. But I do, and I don't think I'll ever forget that scream as long as I live. I've heard animals in the woods. I've heard things at night that make the hair on your neck stand up. But that scream, it was different. It was something no animal should be able to make. Something that shouldn't have happened. And I've spent years trying to understand it, but I don't think I ever will. I was 10 years old when I had one of the scariest nights of my life. My friend, Ryan, had just turned 11 and invited a group of us over to his house for a sleepover to celebrate his birthday. It wasn't just any ordinary sleepover. We were going to camp outside in tents. Ryan lived on a farm, way out in the country, surrounded by fields and dirt roads. His house was the only one in sight. No neighbors, no lights in the distance, just open space and a big old farmhouse sitting up on a hill. I remember thinking it was perfect for an adventure. His parents were strict, quiet people, religious, always went to bed early, and didn't strike me as the prank-playing type. Ryan was the oldest of 3, so there weren't any older siblings to mess with us either. It was just us kids, maybe 5 boys and 4 girls, split into 2 tents on the lawn behind the house. The girls' set up theirs about 20 feet away from ours, near the fence that separated the yard from the fields. There weren't any trees close by. Just a wide stretch of short grass, the kind of lawn that's been cut so many times it doesn't even feel soft anymore, just a patch of tough green over hard dirt. We set up the tents around sunset. They weren't the pop-up kind, just simple, zip-up tents with some sleeping bags and thin foam pads underneath. We thought we were real campers, even though we were just in Ryan's backyard. It was early summer. The air was warm, a little humid, but it cooled off quick after dark. The smell of freshly turned dirt and hay hung in the air, mixed with something faintly metallic that I always associate with old farm equipment. We ate dinner with his family inside. Burgers and hot dogs, some chips, the usual. Then we went back out and stayed up playing board games by flashlight. Stuff like Uno, Monopoly, and this old trivia game Ryan had that nobody really knew how to play. We just liked spinning the dial and shouting out random answers. Everyone was hyper, laughing too loud, trying to be the funniest one in the group. It was one of those nights where everything felt exciting, even when nothing was really happening. By the time it hit midnight, we had already quieted down a little. We all got back in our tents and zipped up for the night, but no one really planned on sleeping right away. We kept whispering, giggling, making stupid jokes, and trying to outlast the others in staying awake. Then came the first slap on our tent. At first, we jumped. It was sharp, just the sound of a palm smacking the side of the nylon. Then we heard the girls' tent bursting into laughter. We unzipped the flap and peeked out, half pretending to be angry. Their tent was zipped up, but we could hear them cracking up. They were trying to scare us, probably sneaked over while we were distracted. It was obvious enough. So we waited about 5 minutes and did the same thing to them. Slapped their tent, made weird growling sounds, then ran back to ours and ducked inside. They screamed, then laughed, then did it again. It became a game, back and forth for at least 20 minutes. We never caught them in the act, and they never caught us. But it was always one group hitting the other's tent, then rushing back. Eventually we got tired. You can only get so worked up for so long. We stopped going after each other, and the talking died down. Everyone zipped into their sleeping bags. It must have been close to 1:30 or 2 o'clock in the morning by then. I was lying near the back of our tent, staring at the curved ceiling of nylon above me, feeling the cool air settle into my clothes. I remember hearing the buzz of bugs, the far-off croak of frogs down by the irrigation ditch that cut through part of their land. Then a scream cut through the silence. It came from the girls' tent. High-pitched, startled, not funny anymore. We all sat straight up. The scream was followed by shouts, then muffled voices, and someone saying they thought we had hit the tent again. But we hadn't. No one in our tent had moved since we laid down. We shouted back, told them it wasn't us, but they didn't believe it. They said someone had pushed on the side of their tent, hard, like it was caving in. They even said the corner of the tent had folded in for a second before popping back up. We told them to calm down. We still didn't think much of it. It was easy to imagine someone crawling out and pushing their tent as a joke. We all started to settle again. I rolled over, trying to fall asleep, telling myself that it was probably just a joke that had gotten out of hand. Maybe one of them had dreamed it. Maybe the wind. Maybe anything. Then it happened to us. We were lying there, mostly quiet, when the entire right side of our tent suddenly pushed inward. Not just a poke or a slap, like someone had leaned their whole body against it. The middle pole that held up the dome shifted, and for a second I thought the whole tent was going to collapse on us. Everyone screamed. We scrambled to the middle, away from the sides, just as the other side pressed inward too. It felt like we were being surrounded. There were no footsteps, no sounds before it happened. Just quiet, then pressure from every side. We panicked, zipped open the tent and bolted straight for the house. Some of the girls were already running too, shouting, crying. We didn't even grab our flashlights or shoes, just ran barefoot across the cold grass and up the porch steps. Ryan pounded on the back door until his dad came down and let us in, half asleep, confused. The rest of the night was a blur. We didn't go back outside. We all slept, if you could call it that, in the living room, wrapped in blankets, huddled up in groups on the floor. We kept hearing things, knocking on the walls, light footsteps on the wood floors upstairs, even though we knew the parents were asleep. I remember the sound of something brushing against the windows, like fingertips or sticks, though I didn't see anything when I peeked out. I must have fallen asleep sometime after 4 a.m. out of sheer exhaustion. When we woke up, it was bright and warm outside. The morning sun poured through the windows, and everything felt normal again. Ryan's parents were making breakfast, and it smelled like eggs and sausage. The night before felt like a dream. But when we stepped outside to get our shoes and check the tents, we realized it hadn't been. Both tents were partially collapsed. The center poles were still bent inward, and the sides were dented like something had pushed hard against them. No rips, no animal claw marks, no muddy prints, just smooth indentations, like heavy pressure had been applied from the outside. The ground around the tents was undisturbed. No footprints, no drag marks, just grass and a couple kicked-off sneakers. Nothing added up. We talked about it all morning. We went over every possibility. Could it have been one of us playing a prank? But everyone swore they hadn't done it, and I believed them. We had been too scared, too caught off guard, and none of us were good enough actors to fake that kind of panic. Could it have been an animal? But what kind of animal presses on a tent from all sides at once without making a sound? There were no trees nearby, so it couldn't have been something falling. And it wasn't the wind. The night had been calm, no rustling, no strong gusts. Besides, we all felt the pressure, like something heavy and controlled, not random. We even considered the idea that Ryan's parents had done it as a joke. But they seemed genuinely surprised when we told them everything. His dad had even gone outside in the middle of the night to check on the noise, but said he didn't see anyone. And if they had wanted to prank us, Why do it in such a creepy, coordinated way, in the middle of the night when we were already winding down? None of it made sense. The rest of the day was quiet. We stayed inside mostly, just hanging out and trying not to talk about it anymore. We didn't camp out again after that. The sleeping bags stayed rolled up in the corner, and the tents were packed away by Ryan's dad. I didn't sleep well for the next few nights, even at home. Every creak in my house made me sit up and listen. Every breeze made me picture that tent roof caving in again. I kept trying to find an explanation that made sense, something rational that fit every part of what happened. 12 years later, I still haven't found one. I've told the story a few times since then, and every time I do, I get the same questions. Are you sure it wasn't a person? Are you sure it wasn't an animal? Are you sure it wasn't just your imagination? I've asked myself those same questions over and over, but the answer always comes back the same. We were 10 years old, camping in a field, far from any neighbors, on a quiet hill with no trees, no siblings, no pranksters. Something pushed in those tents. Something deliberate. Something silent. Something I still can't explain. And that's what stuck with me the most. Not the fear in the moment, not the screams or the rush to the house, but the complete lack of answers afterward. The not knowing. The weird calmness of the next morning, when everything looked so normal except for the damage. That feeling of something just beyond understanding, just outside our line of sight, leaving behind no trace but a memory none of us could forget. I've had a lot of nights since then, some loud, some quiet, some good, some bad. But that one on a farm in the middle of nowhere with a bunch of kids just trying to have fun is the one I still think about more than I should. Because whatever happened that night, it was real, and none of us could explain it. I was only 4 years old, and my sister was 2. We were sitting in the back seat of the family car, having a good time. My parents were up front, my grandmother beside them. It was one of those rare moments when we weren't arguing, not even a little. The car was parked at a red light at a busy intersection, just waiting to get the green. Outside, the world was moving fast. People were going about their business, and cars whizzed by. But inside the car, we were just in our own little bubble, nothing out of the ordinary. I remember the moment vividly. Me and my sister were playing around, as we often did. Instead of sitting properly in our seats like we were supposed to, we were both crouched down in the footwell area, kind of hiding under the seat. The seats were old and didn't have a lot of space under them, but we were small enough to fit. My sister, being 2, was just mimicking everything I did, and we were laughing quietly as we played our little game of hide and seek, just as we always did on long car rides. My parents were in front, talking, maybe about something unimportant. My dad was in the driver's seat, calm, like always. My mom was beside him, glancing out of the window. My grandmother was sitting next to my mom, probably dozing off. It was just a regular afternoon, nothing out of the ordinary. But then, suddenly, everything changed. 1 minute, the world was normal, and the next, it felt like the entire universe had tilted on its axis. I don't know how it happened, but all of a sudden, a loud, bone-shaking crash echoed in the car. The sound was so sharp, so overwhelming, that it took me a second to even register what was going on. The rear window shattered. I mean, it wasn't just a crack or a small hit, it exploded. Glass sprayed everywhere. I didn't even realize what had happened until I saw the massive shovel of an excavator, its huge metallic arm extending into the car, right through the window. It looked like it had come out of nowhere, as if some giant mechanical hand was reaching for us. I could see the large metal bucket just inches away from my parents' heads in the front seat. My mom's face was frozen in shock, and my dad was gripping the steering wheel, eyes wide, not knowing what had just happened. I didn't even feel the glass. I was too focused on the fact that the huge piece of machinery was hanging over us, like something out of a nightmare. The excavator had crashed right into our car, and the shovel was so close to my parents that it seemed like it could have killed them in an instant. My mom was barely inches away from being impaled. My dad was in the line of fire too. My grandmother, who was sitting next to my mom, didn't even notice at first because of how low the bucket was. The huge arm of the excavator had swung so close to her that it missed her head by just a few inches. If she had been taller, it could have been her, but somehow she didn't get hurt. I think she was just short enough for the shovel to go right over her head. For a moment, everything froze. The entire world seemed to hold its breath. I could barely hear anything except my own heartbeat, pounding so loudly in my ears that it felt like it might drown everything else out. The air was thick with the smell of broken glass, and there was this strange metallic taste in the air that I can't quite describe, like I could almost taste the danger. I looked at my sister, who was still crouching next to me, and I saw her face, wide-eyed and terrified. We had both been playing under the seat just moments ago, and now, this horrifying thing had happened. But we were safe. Somehow, we were completely untouched, and I couldn't understand why. My sister didn't even have a scratch on her, and neither did I. We had been sitting right there, under that seat, where the glass had shattered. It made no sense. The force of the impact should have hurt us, but we were both fine. I still don't understand why we weren't injured, or why my parents weren't. It felt like a miracle that no one was hurt, but I couldn't process it at the time. All I could focus on was the massive piece of machinery hanging over us, and how my parents were sitting there, staring at the shovel in disbelief, unable to move. My dad's hands were still gripping the wheel tightly, but he didn't know what to do. He was stuck, as if frozen in place. It was like the world had stopped moving, and we were all just waiting for the next thing to happen. But nothing did. The shovel hung there for what felt like forever, and then slowly the excavator backed away. It wasn't like the operator had realized what they had done. There was no panic on their part. They just moved the shovel back. It wasn't like they were in a hurry. It was as if nothing had happened. The moment felt completely surreal. Then, as if someone had hit play on a paused video, my parents started reacting. My dad took a deep breath and slammed the car into park. My mom reached over to check on me and my sister, her face pale, her hands trembling as she pulled us back up to sit properly. My grandmother, who had been dozing off, now seemed to come to her senses, confused, staring at the wreckage that had just unfolded in front of her. She didn't fully understand what had happened, but she saw the terror in my parents' eyes, and that was enough to get her to sit up straighter, her expression tightening. We didn't know what to do. I don't remember the exact moment when the light turned green, but I do remember my dad slowly pulling forward, his hands still shaking. The car, which had seemed so safe just moments ago, now felt like a fragile cage that could collapse at any moment. The next few minutes were a blur. My parents tried to call the police, but there was so much confusion. I don't know if the operator could even understand them at first. My dad was shaking too much to speak clearly. My mom was holding on to my sister and me, as if she was scared we might disappear into thin air. She kept looking over her shoulder, as if expecting the excavator to come crashing into us again. We didn't stop right away. We didn't even pull over. It wasn't until we had crossed a few more intersections and the adrenaline had worn off that my dad pulled into a parking lot. He didn't even park properly. He just put the car in a spot and turned it off. Then we all sat in the car, just breathing, staring at each other. The police arrived a little while later. My dad was still shaking, and my mom was too scared to speak. My grandmother was still trying to understand what had happened, but she was too overwhelmed by everything to really process it. I think she just wanted to make sure everyone was okay. We all sat there, waiting for the officers to figure out what had happened. They spoke to my dad for a while, asking questions about the incident, but my dad could barely get the words out. Later, the officer explained that the excavator was part of a construction project nearby, and the operator had been making a turn at the intersection. It was an accident. The bucket of the excavator swung out of control and hit our car, breaking the rear window. But the operator hadn't realized the damage they had done. They hadn't even noticed that the car was so close. But hearing that explanation didn't change anything. It didn't make the terror go away. It didn't take away the sound of the window shattering or the sight of that massive shovel hovering above us. Even though no one was hurt, we were all deeply affected by the incident. My parents, especially my dad, were shaken for days. I could see it in their eyes. They didn't feel safe in the car anymore. I still remember that day, and I don't think I'll ever forget it. It's been years now, and I still can't bring myself to drive. Every time I'm in a car, I feel that same fear creeping up on me, that same sense of something terrible lurking just beyond my reach. I can't explain why I'm so afraid, but it's like the memory of that moment is stuck inside me, lodged so deep that it's impossible to get rid of. To this day, whenever I see an excavator or hear the sound of a large machine, my heart races. I still can't shake that feeling of the shovel looming over us. It's strange how something that happened when I was so young can affect me so deeply. But I guess some things never really leave you. We were lucky. Miraculously, no one got hurt. but it doesn't change the fact that the memory still haunts me. I don't really know where to begin with this. It's one of those stories you hear about, but you never think will happen to you, until it does. I was just a kid when it happened, probably around 12 years old. I came home from school one afternoon to an empty house. My dad was at work, and my mom was out with a friend, so I had the place to myself for a while. It wasn't unusual for me to be alone at that age, especially since our house wasn't in a particularly bad neighborhood. I'd just been watching cartoons and enjoying the quiet. That was until things started to go wrong. Our house had this side gate that led from the street through a narrow alley that we shared with the neighbors. The alley wasn't anything special, just a little dirt path between our fences. You could walk down it, and it would take you to the backyard, which was a pretty decent size. I remember it always being unlocked because my dad would cycle to work every day, and he'd leave the gate open for easy access. But today, for whatever reason, my dad had taken the car instead. So, the gate was supposed to be locked. I wasn't thinking about it though. I was just sitting there, laughing at something stupid on the TV, when I heard it. The bang of the gate slamming against the wall. It wasn't the usual squeak of the wind moving it. It was the kind of bang you hear when something hits with force, like someone had pushed it hard. At first, I froze. My heart started racing. I thought maybe it was just the wind, or maybe a branch or something had knocked it open. But then the noise hit me again, this time louder. A sharp bang that sent a chill down my spine. I couldn't ignore it. I jumped up and walked over to the window to check what was going on outside. I was already nervous, but I figured it was nothing. Maybe the gate was just acting up because it had been so windy lately. When I looked out, I saw the gate was swinging wildly, banging against the side of the house. The rock that we always used to keep the gate from rattling in the wind was now halfway up the garden, not where it normally was. The bolt was undone. It was completely unlatched. I swallowed hard, my stomach twisting in knots. I was 12, and my first instinct was to check things out, even though I didn't feel right about it. I had no idea what I was walking into, but something told me this wasn't just an accident. I stepped into the backyard through the kitchen door, my feet cold against the stone floor. I walked towards the side gate, my pulse quickening. I glanced up the alleyway, hoping to see someone coming or going. Maybe a neighbor, maybe someone who had accidentally knocked the gate loose. But the alley was empty. No one in sight. I didn't know what to make of it. The other gate at the far end of the alley was shut, just like it always was. The yard was quiet, too quiet. My mind raced as I turned back to the gate. I had locked it before, and now it was wide open. 1,000 thoughts ran through my head. Had someone been in our yard? Had they forced the gate open? Was someone still out there? I quickly slammed the gate shut again, feeling the weight of the bolt as I locked it, then bolted the back door for good measure. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen, not even thinking. I was 12. What did I think I was going to do with a knife? But the fear was overwhelming, and all I could think about was the feeling that something wasn't right. I didn't know what it was, but it was the kind of fear that makes you do things you wouldn't normally do. I ran upstairs and hid in my bedroom. I don't know why I hid. I guess it felt safer. I couldn't shake the feeling that something, or someone, was trying to get into the house. My mind raced as I lay in bed, clutching the knife, listening to every sound. Every creak of the house, every whisper of wind outside felt like it was building up to something. I didn't dare move, didn't dare make a sound. I stayed still, frozen under the covers, waiting for whatever was out there to come. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep. I don't know how long it had been, but the next thing I knew, I was waking up in the middle of the night. It was dark, 5 a.m. maybe? I wasn't sure, but the air was heavy with a strange smell, something burnt. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding as my eyes darted around the room. Something was wrong. The smell got stronger. That's when I noticed it, at the end of my bed. The fabric. It was glowing, flickering. I blinked, trying to process what I was seeing. And then it hit me. My bed was on fire. The end of my bed, where my feet were just a few moments ago, was engulfed in flames. The flames were licking the ceiling, curling around the wooden frame, reaching for the walls. I panicked, my breath caught in my throat. My mind raced as I scrambled out of bed, the fire crackling louder as it spread. The heat was suffocating, unbearable. I froze for a moment, staring in shock at the flames, not sure what to do. It felt like the world was spinning around me. My first thought was to run, but I couldn't just leave the fire. I wasn't thinking straight. I grabbed the nearest thing, my blanket, and started beating at the flames, hoping to somehow put them out. But it was hopeless. The fire spread faster than I could stop it. It was too big, too strong. My mind was racing, and I knew I had to get out of there, fast. I grabbed my phone off the nightstand and dialed my mom's number, but it was still too early for her to be home. She wasn't going to pick up. My hands were shaking as I sprinted downstairs and out the front door, still hearing the crackling of the fire behind me. I ran to the neighbor's house, not sure what to do. I felt like I was in a daze, everything happening too fast for me to comprehend. I didn't understand how this was happening. The fire trucks came within minutes, their sirens blaring, and I could hear them moving around the house, putting out the flames. I stood there in shock, watching them work. The house, my room, everything I had just moments ago was destroyed. It wasn't until the next morning that I learned what had really happened. The fire wasn't an accident. It turned out that the side gate hadn't been opened by the wind at all. The lock had been tampered with, and someone had been inside the yard. And as for the fire, a faulty wire in the bunk bed's light fixture had sparked, igniting the blanket I had left at the end of the bed, setting everything ablaze. That's the explanation I was given, but to this day, I can't shake the feeling that something more was going on. I can't explain the way the gate slammed open like that. The way I felt, like I wasn't alone. Maybe it was just coincidence, but to have two terrifying things happen in such a short amount of time, I don't think I'll ever fully understand it. After that day, things went back to normal, in a way. We rebuilt the house, replaced the bed, and I tried to put the whole thing behind me. But sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I can still feel that same fear creeping up on me. The feeling that I'm not alone. That someone or something is out there just waiting. I try to shake it off, but it's always there, lurking in the back of my mind. When I first met him online, it was on a forum about small-town living. I was lonely, tired of dating apps full of people trying to impress with filters and one-liners. He seemed different. He wasn't charming in a flashy way, but in a quieter, more honest way. At least that's how it came across at the time. He sent me photos of him fishing, of his dog, of the small house he said he was fixing up himself. We started messaging every day. Then it turned into calls. Late nights. We talked about growing up broke, about feeling out of place in cities, about wanting to live simply. He made me feel understood in a way I hadn't felt before. It moved faster than it should have. Within 2 months, he drove out to see me. I lived in a small apartment near the edge of town. We spent the weekend together, and it felt natural. He was funny, had this rugged way about him that made him seem grounded, like nothing could shake him. I didn't have much keeping me where I was. My job was remote, and I didn't have family nearby. So when he suggested I move in with him, I said yes. His house was about an hour outside a different city, off a gravel road, hidden behind a wall of tall pine trees. There weren't neighbors close by. I remember the first night I stayed there. He made a fire in the wood stove, cooked pasta with Jared sauce, and we drank wine. It felt like the beginning of something new, something simple and good. At first, things were okay. He worked odd jobs, carpentry, yard work, sometimes helping people move. I kept up my online job. We settled into a routine, but small things started to bother me. He would leave for hours without saying where he was going. He didn't like when I talked to friends on the phone for too long. If I laughed too much while texting, he'd ask who it was and why it was so funny. I brushed it off as insecurity. I told myself he just needed time to adjust to living with someone. The first time he broke something, it was my glasses. We were arguing, nothing big, just about grocery money, and I said something sarcastic. He grabbed them off my face and snapped them in half before I even saw his hand move. I remember just standing there, shocked. He looked at me like I was the problem, like I had made him do it. I slept on the couch that night, mostly because I didn't want to sleep next to someone who could break something in a flash of anger. I convinced myself it was a one-time thing, but it wasn't. It got worse. He started isolating me. He unplugged the Wi-Fi without telling me, cut the phone lines one night after we argued about whether I should get a part-time job in town. He'd do it in a way that made it seem accidental, but it became a pattern. Anytime I brought up leaving, he'd act like I was abandoning him, like I didn't care how hard he was trying. I started to believe him. I stopped pushing back. I stopped reaching out to people. I kept to myself. One morning, my bank app showed charges I didn't recognize. A gas station 3 towns over. A hardware store. I confronted him, and he exploded, screaming, pacing, saying I was accusing him of being a thief. He punched a hole in the drywall right next to my head. I didn't even cry. I just sat there, frozen. That night, I found my purse ransacked. My credit cards were gone. I called the bank and canceled everything. I tried to get out of the house, but he had taken my car keys. I walked 2 miles to the closest neighbor, an old man who barely spoke, and used his phone to call my boss and say I'd be offline for a few days due to a family emergency. When I got back, my computer was gone. He said he sold it. I asked why. He told me if I wanted to leave so badly, I could figure it out on my own. I left a week later. I waited until he was gone for work, packed a duffel bag, and hitched a ride with a woman from the gas station who had seen me a few times and offered help. I didn't tell her the whole story, just said I needed to get to the bus station. I stayed with an older cousin of mine in a quiet neighborhood on the other side of the state. She didn't ask a lot of questions, just gave me space. I tried to get back on my feet. I found work in a call center. It wasn't ideal, but it was stable. I was sleeping better. I even started to laugh again. Then one morning, I woke up to sirens. People were running down the street. There was a crater in the road 2 blocks over. A chunk of concrete had smashed a parked truck. The mailbox in front of my cousin's house was in pieces, and the front steps were cracked. Investigators said it looked like a homemade explosive. Someone had rigged a device and hidden it in or under the mailbox. They said it was probably meant to scare, not kill, based on how it was packed. But if anyone had been standing nearby, they would have died. I didn't need to be told who it was. I knew. I didn't have proof, but I knew. The police never found him. They questioned people. I gave a statement, but there wasn't enough evidence. My cousin didn't feel safe with me there anymore, though she tried to be gentle about it. She had 2 young kids. I understood. I packed up and left again. I rented a room in a house in another state. Paid cash. I didn't update my address. I forwarded mail to a business address I used for freelance work years ago, one he wouldn't recognize. I got a job under a different name. My real name was still mine legally, but I didn't use it at work. I started from scratch in a new industry, warehouse work, then office temp jobs. It was hard. I didn't have much energy. I didn't talk to people much, but I was safe. I slept with a bat beside my bed. I avoided routines. I checked my surroundings constantly. I kept my hair different, my clothes plain. Years passed like that. The fear never really left, but it dulled. I stopped thinking about him every day. I made a few friends slowly. People who didn't know the whole story, just enough to know I'd been through something. I saved money. I moved into a small apartment under my own name again. He hadn't found me. He hadn't tried anything in a long time. Eventually, I heard he moved away. Someone who used to know him mentioned it in a comment on a forum I hadn't checked in years. I didn't reply. I didn't ask where he went. Then one day, I got a call from a blocked number. I don't usually answer those, but something told me to pick up. A woman's voice asked for me by my full name, my real name. She said she used to date him, that they'd lived together after I did, that she was dealing with the legal side of his estate. He had died of a heart attack a few weeks earlier. Alone. She was looking for paperwork, trying to track down anyone he might have hurt. She sounded tired, worn down. I hung up and sat on the floor of my kitchen. I didn't cry. I didn't smile either. I just sat there, listening to the quiet. It was the first time in years that my heart wasn't racing for no reason. The first time I didn't feel like looking over my shoulder. After that, things started to shift in me. I changed my locks again, not out of fear, but to mark the end of something. I bought a Real bed, not a mattress on the floor. I put up shelves, hung art on the walls. I took out my old clothes, the ones I used to love but stopped wearing because he made me feel too seen in them. I wore them again. I started using my real name everywhere. I reconnected with people I had lost touch with. I told some of them what happened. Not all the details, but enough. He was gone, and I was still here. It didn't undo what he did. It didn't erase the scars, emotional and otherwise. But it was a turning point, a line drawn. Not the end of the story, but the end of that chapter. I had survived something I didn't think I could. I lived through years of fear, of hiding, of losing parts of myself. And now I was starting to rebuild, piece by piece. No one came to save me. There was no miracle, No final confrontation, no dramatic rescue. Just a lot of hard choices, bad nights, and slowly learning to trust myself again. To trust the world, just a little. Enough to breathe freely. Enough to look forward instead of back. It took almost a decade, but I made it out. I made it through, and I never went back. The sun had barely risen when I decided to head out to the beach by myself. It was a Sunday morning, around 7 a.m. My wife and kids were still sleeping, and I figured it would be a good time to grab some photos of the waves before the crowds started showing up. This was New Smyrna Beach, after all, my home beach. I grew up here, spent countless hours swimming, surfing, and just being in the water. There was something calming about being out there alone, watching the waves crash without the usual distractions. It was familiar, comforting. I was comfortable in these waters, or at least I thought I was. I grabbed my camera, made sure the lens was clean, and headed toward the shoreline. The beach was quiet, just the distant sound of the waves rolling in and the soft hum of the ocean breeze. I jogged down the packed sand until I was a little ways from the waterline, the cool morning air brushing against my face. The sky was still a deep shade of blue with a hint of pink near the horizon, the kind of morning you don't want to end. The water was clear, with the shallow sandbar forming about 60 yards out. This was the kind of beach I knew like the back of my hand. The sandbar was a perfect spot to stand, the water only about waist deep, so you could feel safe in the open ocean without worrying too much. I'd been out there countless times before. I knew the area well. I thought I was just going out for a few quick shots, nothing special. I waded into the water, my feet sinking into the soft sand as I made my way toward the sandbar. The water was warm, the kind of warmth that was soothing but not overwhelming. It felt like a hug from the ocean, gentle and reassuring. I adjusted my camera, snapped a few photos of the waves rolling in, catching the light just right. The ocean was calm, peaceful, and I was enjoying the solitude. But then, about 8 feet behind me, something caught my eye. At first, I thought it was a large shadow in the water, maybe a piece of seaweed or something floating by. But as it moved closer, I realized that what I was seeing wasn't some harmless debris. No, this was much larger. It was black, big, and moving in the water in a way that I immediately knew wasn't natural. My heart skipped a beat. At first, I thought it was a manatee. They're big, slow, and usually not much to worry about. But something didn't feel right. The shape was wrong, and as it drew closer, I could see the outline more clearly. This wasn't a manatee. It was long, sleek, and had a streamlined body that was unmistakably predatory. I froze. It was a shark. A big one. A bull shark. I didn't panic at first, not outwardly. I was too stunned. Bull sharks are known to be aggressive, but I had never seen one up close like this before. I knew I should keep calm, stay still, not make any sudden movements. The shark was circling me, staying a few feet behind me, just swimming in a slow arc. It wasn't attacking, but it was clearly sizing me up. I could feel my pulse quicken as the adrenaline hit, but I forced myself to breathe slowly. I remembered everything I'd ever read or heard about sharks. You're supposed to keep eye contact, face them, and move slowly but decisively. It's hard to remember all that when your instincts are telling you to just get the hell out of there. But I focused, slowly turning to face the shark. It stopped circling and lingered a few seconds longer, its dark, menacing shape just beneath the surface of the water. It was hard to see the exact size, but I could tell it was big, much bigger than any shark I'd ever seen in person. Its presence was so overwhelming, so palpable, I could feel its weight in the water. I stayed perfectly still, my heart hammering in my chest. I kept my eyes on it. Time seemed to stretch. Every second felt like a minute. Then, after what felt like an eternity, the shark slowly turned away. It swam off, not in a hurry, just moving away in the same languid way it had come. I could still see its shadow beneath the water, but it was slowly fading into the distance. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. I was still alive, still intact, but I wasn't out of danger yet. I had a decision to make, and it had to be made fast. Should I swim back slowly, calmly, like they tell you to do, or should I go for it and sprint back to the shore as quickly as I could? I knew the right thing to do, of course. Stay calm, swim slowly, conserve energy. But the fear gnawed at me. My heart was still pounding, my hands were shaking, and the idea of turning my back on that shark, even though it was moving away, felt like the worst mistake I could make. Without thinking, I shouted to the beach. "Hey, watch me." My voice was louder than I intended, desperate, the panic in it unmistakable. But I was too far out, and I didn't think anyone could hear me. My wife was probably still inside the tent, my kids probably still asleep. I turned my gaze back to the shore. I was at least 60 yards from the beach, and the water was murky. The visibility wasn't great, and that made me feel even more exposed. I couldn't see the shark anymore, but that didn't mean it wasn't still there, somewhere below me. I made my choice. I took a deep breath, and I dove into the water. I kicked hard, pushing myself forward, my arms slicing through the water in a smooth but frantic freestyle. My body was moving on autopilot, but every fiber of my being was screaming to go faster, to get the hell out of there. Every second felt like it dragged on for hours. The water wasn't as clear as it should have been, and I couldn't see anything beneath me. All I had was the feeling of the ocean around me, my breathing, and the sound of my own pulse roaring in my ears. The 60 yards to the shore felt like an eternity. I felt the burn in my muscles, the salt water stinging my eyes, the rhythm of my breathing starting to slip as panic began to creep back in. But I couldn't stop. I had to keep moving. Every time I took a stroke, I imagined the shark lurking just behind me, waiting for me to make a mistake, to slow down. I had to beat it. I had to make it to the shore. As I closed in on the beach, I felt the sand beneath my feet. It wasn't much, just a shallow gradient, but it was enough. I pushed myself harder, my body aching, but my mind focused entirely on getting to solid ground. I stumbled as I reached the shallows, but I didn't care. I was out of the water. I was safe. I kept running, the adrenaline surging through my veins, my legs moving faster than I thought they could. I didn't stop until I was well past the waterline, up on the dry sand, panting for air, my heart still thundering in my chest. I looked back over my shoulder, half expecting to see the shark lurking just offshore, but the water was calm. No sign of the creature. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that it was out there waiting. I was shaken, but I didn't let my family see it. I didn't want them to know what had just happened. I didn't want to scare them, but inside, my mind was racing. I thought about how close I had come, how quickly things could have turned bad. I thought about the ocean, how it could be both beautiful and terrifying in the same breath. I thought about the shark, and I couldn't help but feel the lingering sense of its presence. I had made it out, but the fear didn't leave me right away. It stuck with me, gnawing at the edges of my thoughts. I was lucky. I knew that. Not everyone gets a second chance. I couldn't forget what I had felt out there, the rawness of the fear, the vulnerability. But that was the thing about the ocean. It doesn't care who you are or what you know. It's a force of nature, wild and untamable. I had always felt at home in it, but in that moment, I realized just how much I had underestimated it. The sun was higher in the sky by the time my wife and kids joined me on the beach. They were laughing, enjoying the morning. I smiled, but inside, I was still fighting the adrenaline, still processing what had just happened. I didn't want to ruin their day, didn't want to worry them, so I kept it to myself. But deep down, I knew I'd never look at the water the same way again. It was just after Christmas that year, and I had been spending time with my then girlfriend up in the far northern reaches of Minnesota. She lived in a small house about an hour from the Canadian border. I had only recently moved to Minnesota from the south, with no real plan other than figuring things out as I went along. I'd originally intended to go to the University of Minnesota for its atmospheric science program, something I'd been passionate about for a while. But as is often the case, life got in the way, and I ended up not going to college. I just lived with a few friends who were kind enough to let me crash on their couch. There wasn't much to do around the area, so I kept myself occupied with random jobs, trying to make a life in a place that felt like it was half a world away from the southern home I'd left behind. The Christmas season had passed without anything too remarkable happening, but it was the first one I spent away from Oklahoma, and the whole thing felt different. I didn't mind too much, though. The area around Lake Superior had its own kind of quiet beauty, especially in the winter. The snow covering the trees, the frozen shoreline of the lake, the clear sky at night with stars that seemed too bright to be real. It all had a peaceful quality to it. It was strange, though. As much as I tried to embrace the northern life, the cold always caught me off guard. The bitter winter temperatures were something I'd never quite adjusted to. The day I left her place, I felt a little uneasy. The weather had been clear when I got there, but it had begun to turn by the time I left. It was just after dusk when I started my drive down Highway 61. This road was a long stretch that ran right along the edge of Lake Superior, passing through isolated towns with hardly any life around. I'd made this drive plenty of times before, so it didn't seem like anything out of the ordinary. The sky had darkened, and the stars above were already starting to shine through, a familiar sight. But there was an unsettling quiet to the road that night. Something about the way the light was fading, and the snow seemed to fall just a little heavier. I wasn't sure why, but the silence of the landscape made my skin crawl. Highway 61 was desolate, especially that late in the evening. The only cars you'd see were truckers, or locals who lived out that way. In the winter, though, it was mostly just the truckers, and maybe a few cars that braved the cold, like me. I drove at a steady 60 miles per hour, just as I'd done every other time, the tires humming along the asphalt. The air had that sharp winter chill to it as I kept driving, but the roads were clear. Or so I thought. Just past one of the small towns, I felt the car's tires hit something that felt wrong, something slick under the snow. Before I could even react, I realized I was losing control. The car began to skid, and in a matter of seconds, the entire world outside the window was a blur of snow and night. The steering wheel jerked out of my hands as I tried to regain control, but there was no time. I remember my heart pounding in my chest, the fear gripping me as I felt the car leaving the highway entirely. I glanced toward the left, seeing the woods and the trees disappearing into the darkness. On the right, I could see the faint outline of Lake Superior, frozen in some places, and just a dark expanse of water in others. I don't know what happened in that moment. Time slowed down, but I was also helpless, unable to do anything. I didn't even know if I was going into the woods or toward the lake. In the end, I was lucky. The car veered toward the woods, crashing into the trees, the sound of metal crumpling, and the crunch of wood as I barrel rolled a few times. It all happened in a matter of seconds, but those seconds felt like hours. When the car finally stopped moving, I found myself in a shallow ravine. The car was upright, thank God, but it was almost impossible to see from the road, and I couldn't help but think how lucky I was. But then reality hit me like a cold slap. I was completely alone, out in the middle of nowhere, in freezing temperatures, in a place where the chances of someone passing by were slim to none. My heart still raced, and I could feel the cold seeping into my bones. I knew there was no way to contact anyone. Back then, before everyone had a cell phone, there was zero signal out there. I couldn't call for help, and there was no one around. I had no idea how long I'd been there, but the stillness of the night began to crawl under my skin. I tried the car's doors, hoping they hadn't jammed, but nothing worked. I was stuck, freezing, in a car that wasn't going anywhere. The minutes turned to hours, and the temperature dropped even more. I felt numb. My breath came out in clouds of vapor, and I hugged my arms around myself, trying to keep some warmth. I don't know how long I sat there, but it felt like I was going to freeze to death. Every minute without another car passing, without a sign of life, made me think this was it. I kept staring out the windshield, watching for headlights, straining to hear anything. Nothing. Not a single sound except the wind rustling through the trees. It was so quiet, so isolating, that it felt like the world had just shut down. And that made it worse. I kept thinking of all the bad things that could happen to me out there. Even if I could walk for help, I was too far out in the middle of nowhere. I could wander for miles, and it would do me no good. The cold was unbearable, and my body ached from the crash. I was so scared. But then, just as I thought I might be done for, I saw something. A light in the distance, like a small flicker of hope. I had no idea where it was coming from, but it didn't matter. It was a sign. Someone was out there. The light grew brighter as it drew closer, and soon, the figure of a truck appeared in the darkness, slowly coming up the highway. I didn't know if the driver would even stop, but to my relief they did. The truck pulled up beside my car, and a man got out. He was older, with a grizzled face, his jacket thick against the cold. He looked at the wreck for a moment before asking if I was okay. I don't remember exactly what I said, but I know I must have looked a mess. My face was pale, and my teeth chattered from the cold. I couldn't even thank him enough for stopping. He helped me into the truck, where the warmth from the heater was like a lifeline. He didn't say much as he drove, but after a while, I managed to catch my breath and tell him where I was heading. He knew the area well, and he offered to take me to the nearest hospital. I don't remember much about the ride, other than how the warmth from the truck started to feel like a dream. The rest of the night was a blur, getting to the hospital, being checked over by doctors who couldn't believe I'd survived the crash, and then getting settled in a small room, too cold to really sleep, but too grateful to care. The man who saved me, his name was John, didn't stick around long after getting me to safety. He made sure I was settled before disappearing into the night, not looking for thanks or recognition. I would never forget him. He saved my life that night, without a second thought. I stayed with him for the next few days, recovering from the crash, until a friend of mine from Duluth could come pick me up. The whole experience stuck with me. I'd never been so scared in my life, never felt so close to death, and never realized just how fragile life can be until I was stranded out there, freezing alone. John was the kind of person who did what needed to be done without fanfare, and it's something I'll always remember. I kept in touch with him over the years, even after I moved back south, and when he passed away in 2018, I felt a profound sense of loss. He was a part of my life, a part of that chapter of survival, and I would never forget the way he came through when I needed help the most. When I think back on that night, I'm still amazed I made it out alive. It wasn't a miracle. It was just a man with a kind heart and a willingness to help someone who was in need. I didn't die out there, and that's something I'm thankful for every single day. We were on vacation at Lake Tahoe, a place my family had talked about for years. The trip was meant to be a relaxing getaway, a chance to reconnect with each other after a stressful year. I had been to Tahoe before, but this time felt different. There was a quiet undercurrent, like something was waiting to unfold, though I didn't realize it then. The road we took to get to the lake was winding, curving around tight turns, with tall trees lining either side. As the trees opened up, we could see glimpses of the lake through the branches, its surface smooth as glass, reflecting the mountains and sky. It looked peaceful, almost surreal, like something out of a postcard. I was with my older brother, my younger brother, my sister, and my cousin. We were all close, but not everyone was equally excited. My cousin and sister decided to stay behind, not interested in venturing down to the water just yet. So it was just me and my older brother, along with my younger brother, heading down toward the lake. I remember the feeling of the air against my skin, the coolness from the trees and the breeze that carried the scent of pine. My brother and I, both in our late teens, were walking ahead, and the lake was starting to feel a little more real. As we rounded a corner on the road, I stopped dead in my tracks. It was like seeing a ghost. Not literally, of course, but something about it struck me to my core. There, standing at the edge of the lake, was a tree. A huge, thick tree, one I had seen in old pictures from my childhood. It wasn't just any tree, it was the tree. I couldn't explain it, but I had seen that tree in family photos with my dad, from when we were younger, the way he'd always insisted we take pictures by the lake. The way he'd smile and say, "This is where memories are made." At first, I wasn't sure if it was the same tree, but as I looked at the shape of it, the way the branches hung low and drooped toward the water, I knew. My brothers were just as stunned. We had never been to this part of Tahoe before, and to see something so familiar felt unsettling. I felt a tug in my chest, a pull toward the tree, almost like it was calling me. Without saying much, I started walking toward it, and my older brother followed me, urging my younger brother to stay back with the others. But my younger brother insisted on coming along, though he wasn't as keen to get too close. He stayed on the outskirts, sitting on a long, rotting log that had fallen near the water's edge. The air around us felt thick, charged, like a storm was about to roll in. But there wasn't a cloud in the sky. The lake, crystal clear as always, stretched out before us like an endless expanse of calm. I could see every rock, every little twig beneath the surface. The clarity of the water was astounding. It was almost as if the bottom of the lake was a part of the landscape, just as visible as the ground we were walking on. My older brother and I reached the bank, and I looked at the tree again. It was oddly beautiful, its roots curling out from the earth, almost like the tree itself had been there for centuries. But then, the feeling that had been tugging at me grew stronger. I looked at the water, and then back at the log my younger brother was sitting on. There was something in me that just couldn't stop thinking about jumping into the lake. I had always been the adventurous one, the one to push the boundaries, and that day was no different. I asked my brother if I could jump off the log into the water. He hesitated for a second, remembering how the water had felt when he had tested the bank. He said the water wasn't too cold, so he gave me the go-ahead. Standing on the edge of the log, I felt a rush of adrenaline. The tree, the water, everything was perfect. My heart raced as I looked down at the clear depths below, counting the seconds in my head. 1, 2, 3, I whispered to myself. And I jumped. The cool water enveloped me instantly, and for a moment, it felt refreshing, like a reset for my body. I was under for only a brief moment, my body slicing through the water, the shock of the cold waking me up. But something was wrong. I tried to push myself up to the surface, but the water pulled at me, dragging me deeper. It wasn't like anything I had experienced before. It wasn't the typical sensation of swimming in the lake. The lake didn't seem so welcoming now. Panic began to creep in. I kicked harder, but my limbs felt heavy, and no matter how much I tried to stay afloat, I felt myself sinking. I screamed, gasping for air, but the water swallowed my voice. My mind raced. Why was this happening? What was wrong? My body screamed out for air, for help. I tried to stay calm, but the more I struggled, the deeper I seemed to go. My heart hammered in my chest, my lungs burning for air. I heard my brother shouting my name from above, but his voice seemed distant, muffled by the water. I screamed again, but it came out as a choking sound, swallowed by the lake. I reached out, desperate to grab something, anything that would stop my descent. And then I saw the branches of the tree, the very same tree I had seen in the photos from my childhood. In a blind panic, I swam toward it, using every ounce of strength to push myself to the surface. I reached for the branches, my fingers scraping against them as I tried to hold on. The bark was rough against my skin, but it was my lifeline. I gripped onto the tree like my life depended on it, because it did. My brother, frantic, was at the edge of the water, looking down at me with wide eyes. I could see the terror in his face, the decision he had to make. Should he jump in to help me, risking both of us? He hesitated for a moment, but then, seeing how much I was struggling, he extended his arm. With shaking hands, I managed to pull myself up onto the log, my body shaking uncontrollably. I was freezing, my legs cut up and bruised from the sharp rocks and branches at the bottom of the lake. My stomach and arms ached, and I could feel the blood dripping from the cuts. My brother helped me climb back up, his grip tight around my waist, pulling me onto solid ground. I was shivering uncontrollably, my teeth chattering, my body in shock. The cold water had seeped into my bones, leaving me feeling numb. I didn't speak at first, just staring at the water in disbelief, my chest heaving. We didn't even make it back to the rest of the group right away. I just stood there, trembling, unable to shake the feeling that something wasn't right. As we walked back to the others, I couldn't stop thinking about what had just happened. I had almost drowned, and the strangest thought crossed my mind. What if I had died in that lake? What if this moment, this walk back, was just my brain trying to distract me from the reality that I was already gone? When we got back to the cabin, I couldn't stop crying. I took a shower to wash off the lake water, but even then, I couldn't escape the feeling of the water pulling me down. I kept replaying the event in my mind over and over, each time feeling the cold, the panic, the fear. The more I thought about it, the more disconnected I felt from reality, like I was still trapped underwater, still fighting to stay alive. I couldn't go near the lake again after that. Every time I looked at the water, I felt that familiar dread. It was no longer beautiful or serene. It was something darker, something I couldn't explain. And even though the days passed and I tried to move on, I knew I would never see Lake Tahoe the same way again. It had taken something from me that day, something I couldn't quite put into words. We had just arrived at the apartment complex to help my younger brother move in. He'd been living with some friends in this place for a couple of months now, and they were all finally getting around to settling in. The apartment was on the second floor, the kind of place that seemed fine on the outside, but had a feeling about it once you stepped inside. Not bad, just off. My 2 young daughters were with me, my youngest being around 2.5 at the time. She had an adventurous streak that made everything 10 times harder, but also 10 times more fun. She was always exploring and getting into everything, laughing at the smallest things, and giving me more trouble than I could handle. The place smelled like stale air and old furniture, a typical apartment complex that had seen better days. There were boxes everywhere, my brother and his friends already knee-deep in packing and unpacking. I hadn't planned to stay long, just enough to help carry a few boxes up, give my brother a hand, and then head back home. But it wasn't long before my daughters started to get restless, running around from room to room, their their little voices echoing through the place. My youngest, in particular, was fearless. She'd wander off, moving from one room to another without hesitation. I could hear her little feet pitter-pattering around as she followed my brother and his friends, eager to explore every inch of the apartment. I figured she was fine. She was with my brother, and besides, she was always like this, curious, brave, never scared. She would always come back after a few minutes, face lit up with excitement about whatever new thing she'd discovered. That is, until she got to the kitchen. The kitchen was tucked off in the corner of the apartment, not particularly large, but big enough to stand out compared to the rest of the place. It had an old fridge that hummed louder than it probably should have, a microwave that looked like it had seen better days, and some mismatched cabinets that were painted a dull cream color. There was a small window above the sink that let in the daylight, but even in the afternoon light, the kitchen felt dim in a strange way. It wasn't a feeling that I could put into words, but it was the kind of place that made you hesitate for a second before walking in. It wasn't dirty, but it wasn't inviting either. I didn't think much of it when I saw my daughter wandering into the kitchen with my brother. They were laughing and chatting, my brother holding her hand as she walked through the space. She loved to get into everything, especially when it was a place like a kitchen, so many new things to touch, open, and investigate. But then she froze. It wasn't just a small pause, like when she was thinking about whether she should open a cabinet or touch something on the counter. No, this was different. It was like someone had hit the pause button on her. I could hear her breathing change, a sharp intake of air, as if she was startled. She wasn't moving, just standing there, staring at something in the kitchen. I could see her from the hallway, and I thought maybe she was just overwhelmed by the new space. Then she started crying. But it wasn't just any kind of cry. It was this frantic, uncontrollable scream, the kind you hear when a child is scared out of their mind. I rushed into the kitchen, my heart racing as I tried to calm her down. My brother was standing there, looking confused and a little nervous, not knowing what had happened. "What's wrong?" I asked, kneeling down to my daughter, but she was already backing away from the kitchen, her small hands shaking as she pointed into the room. "Dad," she muttered, barely able to form the words between her sobs. She looked up at me, wide-eyed and panicked. "Dad in there." The air in the kitchen felt colder, even though I hadn't noticed it before. My brother and I exchanged a glance, trying to figure out what was going on. He had his hands on his hips, looking unsure, like he wanted to laugh it off but didn't want to dismiss what was clearly freaking her out. "She probably just saw something," he said. "Maybe one of us left a shadow in there, or I don't know." But I wasn't buying it. My daughter wasn't the type to get worked up like this, especially over nothing. She'd always been so fearless, even more so than my older daughter. Nothing ever scared her, not even the loudest noises or the darkest corners. I tried to calm her, crouching down to her level, pulling her into my arms as she cried harder. She was squeezing her eyes shut, her little body shaking, muttering something about the lady again, over and over. My brother and I tried to redirect her, telling her it was just a shadow, that there was nothing to be afraid of, but she wasn't having it. She clung to me like a lifeline, refusing to let go. Her breathing was rapid, her face pale. Every few seconds, she would point toward the kitchen, her tiny voice trembling as she whispered, "Dad." At that point, we decided it was best to leave. I had no idea what had spooked her so badly, but there was no way we were staying any longer with her in such a state. I gathered her up, trying my best to comfort her, but it didn't seem to help. She just kept shaking, her hands gripping onto me like she was afraid to be alone. We left the apartment without saying much more. My brother looked a little unsettled, and I couldn't blame him. He probably thought I was overreacting, but something about the way my daughter was acting felt too real, too genuine to just brush off. I didn't want to make it into something it wasn't, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had happened in that kitchen that we didn't understand. That night, after we'd returned home, I put my daughters to bed. My youngest, still visibly shaken, crawled into her bed and clutched her favorite stuffed animal, a small, worn-out bunny. I kissed her goodnight and tried to ease her into sleep, but she wasn't having it. She kept whispering about the lady with the red eyes, the one she'd seen in the kitchen. "Mom," she whispered from her bed, her voice barely above a murmur. The lady had red eyes. She was scary. I sat on the edge of her bed, staring at her, my mind racing. I couldn't understand it. She had always been the strong one, never afraid of anything. But now, her words felt like a punch in the gut. I didn't know what to think. I told myself I didn't believe in ghosts or anything supernatural, but her reaction made me question everything. It didn't make sense. What had she seen in that kitchen? Was there something in that room that caused her to act this way? Was it just her imagination running wild, or was there more to it? She had never mentioned anything like this before, and even now, years later, she still swears she saw something. I asked her again, a few years after the incident, if she remembered what happened that day. She nodded without hesitation, her face serious as she said, "There was a lady, Mommy. She had red eyes." I was scared. Now, I don't know what to think. I'm still not sure if it was just her imagination, or if something in that apartment truly unsettled her. I've been back to that apartment with my brother a few times since then, but I can't help but feel a little uneasy every time I walk into the kitchen. It's not that I believe in ghosts, but there's something about that place that I can't shake off. And as for my daughter, she'll tell you, even now, that she saw the lady in the kitchen. And I'll never forget the terror in her eyes when she ran to me that day. Maybe it was just a bad memory, or maybe it was something else. I don't know. But whatever it was, it left a mark on all of us, especially her. I used to sleepwalk when I was a child. It wasn't just the occasional episode where I'd wake up in the middle of the night, disoriented, not knowing where I was. No, it was much worse than that. I would wake up in places I didn't recognize, outside, far from home, at times when I couldn't even remember leaving the house. My parents had to lock all the doors and windows, but still, somehow, I'd find my way out in the dead of night. We lived in Decatur, Georgia, at the time. The neighborhood was rough, filled with unkept houses, overgrown yards, and streetlights that flickered more often than they stayed on. You could hear the sounds of sirens and distant shouting almost every night, a backdrop to the unsettling feeling of being so close to danger at all times. I remember it like it was yesterday, how the streets looked in the dim light, the sound of crickets, the way the world felt so much bigger than me. I don't think my mom ever fully understood why it was happening. She knew I was sleepwalking, but I don't think she realized just how far I'd wander. She'd find me outside sometimes, standing still in the yard like a statue, eyes wide open, but completely out of it. Then, there were the times I'd wake up on the other side of the street, just standing there, like I was waiting for something or someone. Most of the time, I'd wake up in my bed confused, cold, and scared. Sometimes, though, I'd be standing in front of the open door, looking out into the night. And that's where it got especially bad. One particular night, when I was about 9 years old, I woke up and found myself standing by the window in my room. The curtains were pulled back, and the cool night air was creeping in. The streetlights outside cast a faint glow on the front yard, illuminating the overgrown grass and the shadows of the trees. But there was something off, something wrong. I couldn't tell exactly what it was at first, but then slowly, as I started to come to my senses, I realized something. There was someone standing outside, right outside my window. At first, it didn't register. My mind was foggy from sleep, my body still feeling the effects of whatever had pulled me from my bed. But when I focused, I saw him. A man. No, not just any man. This guy was huge, unnaturally tall, and something about the way he stood made my stomach twist. He was staring right at me, his face frozen in a strange expression. I couldn't see much, but I could make out his eyes, wide and unblinking. He was staring at me like he was confused, like he wasn't sure if I was real or if he was seeing things. I froze. My heart began to race as my brain tried to process what I was seeing, but I couldn't look away. I don't know why, but my feet wouldn't move. I couldn't even bring myself to scream. He didn't make a sound, not at first. He just stood there, staring at me with that look of bewilderment, his face expressionless but somehow full of tension. It was as if time had slowed down, and everything in my body screamed to run, to hide, to do anything but stay there. But I was paralyzed. The longer I stared at him, the more I realized how strange he was. He was completely hairless. Not a single strand of hair on his head, his face, his arms. No eyebrows, no facial hair. Nothing. It was like he was an alien or a mannequin, so smooth, so unnatural. The moonlight shone off his pale skin, and for a second, I thought I could see the faintest outline of veins under the surface. His face, though, God, that face, it was blank, vacant, like it was hollowed out. He started moving. Not quickly, but slowly, cautiously. It was like he was trying to figure out what was happening. I saw him inching closer, his eyes never leaving mine. I don't know why, but I was still frozen, unable to even breathe. My heart was pounding in my chest, my hands trembling at my sides. It felt like the room was closing in, like I couldn't get enough air. I wanted to scream, to shout, to do anything, but I couldn't make a sound. Then, suddenly, everything clicked. I realized what was going on. I was awake. I was actually awake this time. And that man, he wasn't supposed to be there. I don't know what happened next. 1 second, I was standing there, unable to move, and the next, a scream tore out of me. It wasn't just a yell. It was a scream that came from deep inside, a pure, raw noise of terror. The kind of scream that only comes when you know you're in real danger, when everything inside you screams that something is wrong. As soon as the sound left my mouth, the man jerked back, his whole body tensing. His expression shifted, and for the first time I saw fear. Fear in his eyes, like he wasn't expecting me to react like that. He let out this high-pitched scream. No, it wasn't even a scream. It was more like a screech, a sound so unnatural that it made my blood run cold. And then, in a blur, he moved. He didn't just run. It was like he was trying to escape something, like he was dodging bullets or trying to avoid being seen. He dropped to the ground, doing some kind of roll or tumble, and then he bolted off, zigzagging down the street, like he was trying to evade some kind of unseen threat. I was still screaming, still standing at the window, shaking uncontrollably, unable to stop. I don't know how long it lasted, but it felt like forever. My throat hurt, my body was trembling from head to toe, and I couldn't tear my eyes away from the spot where the man had been. My whole body was frozen in fear, and I was crying by the time I finally stopped screaming. That's when my mom burst into the room. She looked at me like I was a wild animal, panicked and confused, and I couldn't even form the words to explain what had just happened. She thought it was just a nightmare, maybe a sleepwalking episode again, but there was no way I was going to let that slide. Something real had just happened. I had seen something, someone, that wasn't supposed to be there. In the morning, we found the damage. There was a screwdriver on the front porch, wedged into the cracks of the door frame. It looked like someone had tried to force the door open, and the door jamb was cracked, the door handle bent. It was clear that someone had been trying to break in. Someone who had been standing right outside my window, watching me. I didn't know what to make of it. My mom was still insisting that it was just a bad dream, that it was nothing, but I knew what I had seen, and I wasn't about to forget it. The look on that man's face, the way he freaked out when I screamed, the way he scrambled and zigzagged down the street. It was like a scene from a movie, but it was real. Too real. From that day on, I never sleepwalked again, or at least I never remember it. The fear of what I had seen, of what could have happened if I hadn't woken up, stuck with me for years. Every time I heard a noise outside at night, my heart would race, and I would check the windows, the door locks. But I never saw that man again, and I never wanted to. I still tell that story sometimes, but now I laugh when I do. Maybe it's because I don't want to face the terror of that night again, or maybe it's just that the whole situation seems so absurd, so ridiculous, that I can't help but laugh. The idea of this huge, hairless man trying to sneak into my house, then screaming like a freak and rolling down the street. It sounds insane now, but it wasn't funny back then. It wasn't funny at all. I'll never forget the look on his face when I screamed. The way he froze, unsure of what to do. The way he scrambled to get away like a madman. It's burned into my memory, and it always will be. It was supposed to be a relaxing weekend away from the city. Just a girl's trip to a secluded cottage in the woods. Me and my friends, Sarah, Emily, and Jess, had been planning this for months. We were all excited to disconnect, get away from work and school, and spend time together. The idea was perfect. No distractions, no pressure, just peace and quiet. But as we pulled up to the cabin that night, everything started to feel off. We didn't get there until late, around midnight. The drive had been longer than we expected, mainly because we got lost a few times. Our phones weren't much help. We were in the middle of nowhere, and the signal was weak. After hours of winding roads and sketchy GPS directions, we finally arrived. The cottage was more rustic than I had imagined, tucked away between towering trees. It looked cozy at first, but there was a strange kind of stillness to the place. The whole area felt like it was holding its breath. We didn't think much of it at the time. We were exhausted from the drive, so we unloaded our things, quickly made ourselves at home, and cracked open a bottle of wine. The whole place smelled of wood and old furniture, a bit musty, but we were too tired to care. Around an hour after we settled in, a violent storm rolled in. The wind howled outside, shaking the walls of the cabin. Then, just as we were getting comfortable, the power went out. I remember the room going pitch black so suddenly that it almost felt like the night swallowed us whole. At first, we laughed nervously, trying to make light of the situation. We had flashlights, and there was a bit of battery left on our phones. But then we realized we hadn't brought any candles, and our phones were nearly dead from the long drive. We couldn't call anyone. We couldn't even use the flashlight on them for long. It felt like we were completely cut off from the world. We tried to make the best of it. We settled into the living room, bundled up in blankets, and huddled close together. The storm outside was fierce, and the wind beat against the windows. I'll admit, the dark and the wind made the whole place feel a little creepy. The isolation, the pounding rain, it was all too much. But we kept laughing, trying to distract ourselves from the feeling of unease that seemed to creep in. Then we heard it, a noise, a faint rustling sound, almost like something brushing against the side of the house. I froze, straining to listen. Emily looked at me, her brow furrowed. We all heard it. I glanced at Sarah and Jess, both of them staring at the window, their faces pale. The noise stopped. For a moment, everything was still again, but the unease had settled in deeper. Probably just the wind, I said, trying to sound convincing. But even I didn't believe my own words. I stood up and went to the window, my heart pounding in my chest. The front door was all glass, so I could see outside clearly. The storm was so thick, the trees swayed violently, but I could still make out the shape of the forest around us. I squinted, trying to make out any movement. The yard was empty. Nothing was there. I turned back to my friends, about to reassure them, but as soon as I did, I heard it. A sharp, loud slap against the window behind me. My stomach dropped. It was so sudden, so violent. I whipped around, my breath catching in my throat. The window was completely still. There was no sign of anyone outside. I froze, staring at the glass, my mind trying to process what had just happened. A cold wave of fear washed over me. It couldn't have been the wind. I could feel my body shaking. "Okay," I muttered, trying to hold it together. "We need to lock all the doors." Sarah, Emily, and Jess had all jumped up by then, panic written across their faces. We didn't speak. We just moved, locking every door and every window, our breaths shallow, our movements quick. We barricaded ourselves in the bedroom, the one room in the cabin that had a solid door. My hands were shaking as I dialed 911, but the phone call didn't go through. Our battery was so low, it barely had enough power to make the call. I took a deep breath. The storm raged outside. My ears were ringing with every crack of thunder. We could hear the wind howling, but now we could hear something else. A slow, deliberate sound. Something rummaging around just outside the walls of the house. It wasn't an animal. It didn't sound like the wind or the storm. It was too rhythmic, too heavy. I grabbed the knife from the kitchen, my grip tight as I held it in my hand. I stood by the door, facing the room. I wanted to say something to my friends, to reassure them, but I couldn't get the words out. They were all sitting on the bed, eyes wide, faces pale, waiting. The sound outside came and went in waves, like something was walking around the house, scraping along the sides. Then it would stop, only to start again in another place. We couldn't tell where it was coming from. The cabin felt smaller now, like the walls were closing in on us. I checked my phone one last time, hoping for a miracle. It was down to 2% battery. With trembling hands, I sent a message to my mom. I described where we were, what we were wearing, and that we were all okay for now. I took a picture of the four of us huddled on the bed, my heart pounding in my chest. The last thing I wanted to do was be overdramatic, but I knew I had to make sure someone knew where we were, just in case. It felt like hours, though it had probably been only 20 minutes. The fear didn't lessen, though. It only intensified. Every creak, every groan of the old wood made my stomach tighten. Every gust of wind that rattled the windows felt like an omen. I didn't know if I was imagining it, but it felt like the house was holding its breath, too. Finally, we heard it. The unmistakable sound of tires on gravel. I could have cried with relief. The police had arrived. We ran to the front door, unlocking it as quickly as we could, our hearts in our throats. 2 officers stepped inside, their flashlights cutting through the dark. We searched the perimeter, one of them said, looking around the room. Didn't find anything. It's probably just an animal. An animal? I felt a cold shiver run through me. An animal had slapped the glass behind me? I didn't believe it. But what could we do? We were stuck in the middle of nowhere, with nothing but the storm and the woods surrounding us. The officers checked the outside again, and after what seemed like forever, they returned, their faces unreadable. "No signs of anything unusual," one said. "Just stay inside tonight. It's not safe out there with this storm." They left, their headlights fading as they drove off into the dark. The house was silent again, save for the wind. I wanted to relax, to feel some relief, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still out there, watching. We didn't sleep that night. None of us did. We stayed in the bedroom, lights on, the door locked tight. The storm finally passed in the early morning, but the fear stayed with us. The next day, we packed up and left the cabin early, not looking back. We didn't talk much on the way out, but the tension was thick in the air. None of us were eager to return. I still don't know what happened that night. Was it just an animal? Maybe, but something tells me we'll never know for sure. I'll never forget the feeling of that hand slapping against the window, or the sound of something moving around outside. It wasn't just the storm that scared me. It was the feeling that we weren't alone, that something had been watching us from the darkness. It was the fall of 2005, and Halloween was right around the corner. That time of year always brought a special kind of excitement to our small city. The air turned crisp, the streets were lined with pumpkins, and the smell of autumn was everywhere. But the biggest highlight was the annual Halloween cornfield attraction. It was a huge deal. Families from all over the city would come to visit, and the whole place would be transformed into a sprawling maze of tall corn stalks, haunted houses, and creepy carnival rides. The attraction was always packed, but that didn't stop anyone from showing up. Every year, it felt like an unspoken tradition for kids my age to get together and experience the thrills, the jump scares, and all the spooky fun that came with it. I was 12 years old, and this was my first real opportunity to go without my parents. I was nervous, of course, nervous about breaking the rules, about sneaking behind my parents' backs, about everything that could go wrong. But at the same time, I was thrilled. All my friends were going, and this was the night we'd been talking about for weeks. I had been hearing stories of other kids my age getting to go to the cornfield without their parents for years. I figured it was finally my time to experience it too. The plan was simple. We'd all meet at the cornfield at 7:30 p.m., and we'd spend the night going through the haunted houses, getting scared, and just having a good time. The only catch: my parents were pretty strict. They didn't like me going places without supervision, and the idea of letting me roam around a packed attraction like this wasn't something they were willing to entertain. They insisted I could go, but only if it was with a group of parents. That didn't sit well with me because none of the other kids I knew were bringing their parents. So, I did what any 12-year-old would do. I lied. I told my parents that there would be chaperones. I said my friend's mom was going to come along, and that she would be watching over us. Of course, that wasn't true. It was just a group of 6 of us, kids who had barely turned 12, with no adult supervision whatsoever. I didn't feel great about it, but I also really wanted to go. My heart was pounding as I walked out the door, knowing I was about to go against everything my parents had taught me about honesty and safety. Still, I felt like this was my shot to have some independence, and it was something I wasn't going to pass up. When we got to the cornfield, I felt a mix of nervousness and excitement. The lights were so bright, casting a long shadow over the entrance. The sounds of laughter, screams, and chatter filled the air. My friends and I walked through the parking lot, passing people in costumes, families with kids, and teenagers just like us. We stood in line for our tickets, then headed toward the corn maze. We weren't even inside yet, and already the place was crowded. There were people everywhere, too many people. The air smelled like caramel apples and popcorn, and the buzz of excitement made me forget about my earlier guilt for a while. We spent the next few hours racing through the haunted houses, taking turns scaring each other, and eating way too many candy bars. But around 9:30 p.m., I had to go to the bathroom. The cornfield only had porta potties, and I really didn't want to go in them, but nature called, and there was no way around it. I told my friends to wait for me by the entrance while I went inside the row of porta potties. They were laughing and joking, but I could sense they didn't think much of it. They were just happy to be there, doing the same thing we'd been talking about for weeks. I didn't think much of it either at first. After all, I was just stepping away for a few minutes. But when I finished, I stepped outside to find my friends were gone. I stood there for a moment, blinking in disbelief, unsure of what was happening. The cornfield was still packed with people, families with little kids, teens in costumes, adults with glow sticks, but my group of friends was nowhere to be seen. I checked the area near the porta potties, looked toward the entrance, and even wandered a little into the maze, calling their names. Nothing. My heart started pounding in my chest. I tried to laugh it off at first, telling myself they were probably just messing with me, hiding somewhere. But the longer I looked around, the more I realized they were truly gone. I couldn't find a single one of them. Panic started to set in. I wasn't supposed to be here in the first place. I'd lied to my parents. I was 12, in a place full of strangers, and my friends were gone. I couldn't stop the tears from welling up. I didn't know what to do. There was no one to ask for help, no one around me who seemed familiar. For a second, I thought about running back to the car and trying to find my way home, but the parking lot was so far from where I was, and I had no idea how to get there through the crowd. Just as I was about to break down completely, a police officer appeared. He must have noticed my distress, the tears running down my face, and the frantic way I was looking around. He approached me, his uniform crisp and professional, and he asked me what was wrong. "I can't find my friends," I stammered, voice shaky. "They were just here, but now they're gone." The officer nodded, a look of concern crossing his face. "All right, no problem. We'll find them. Let's head to the ticket booth, and we'll make an announcement over the loudspeaker so they can come meet you." He smiled at me, but there was something about it that didn't feel right. It wasn't the smile of someone who was reassuring me. It felt more like he was trying to get me to follow him somewhere. I hesitated, but the officer extended his hand, and I followed. As we walked, the dim lights of the cornfield reflected off his uniform, making the whole scene feel surreal. The more I walked with him, the more I felt that familiar unease in my stomach, like something wasn't right. The night seemed to grow darker, quieter, and more unsettling with every step. Then something clicked. A memory from earlier that week flooded my mind. I remembered what my dad had told me just a few days ago. He had warned me about someone pretending to be a police officer, someone who tricked little girls into thinking they were safe. He had told me that if I ever found myself in a situation like this, I should ask to see the officer's badge and then call my parents immediately. He had drilled it into my head like it was some sort of code, a lesson to keep me safe. The realization hit me hard. I stopped in my tracks, pulling my hand out of the officer's grasp. "I'm sorry," I said, trying to calm my voice but failing. "My dad told me to ask to see your badge, and he said I should call my parents first. It's silly, I know, but I need to do that." The officer's expression changed immediately. His face went white. He looked at me, wide-eyed, like he had seen a ghost. His body stiffened, and without another word, he let go of my hand and sprinted away from me, disappearing into the dark, crowded parking lot. I stood there, frozen in place, my mind racing. What had just happened? Why had he run off like that? My body shook with fear as the reality of what I had just avoided started to sink in. I didn't wait another second. I pulled out my phone and called my parents. They answered immediately, and I could hear the panic in my mom's voice when I told her what had happened. She told me to stay where I was and not move an inch. Within minutes, my parents were there, pulling into the parking lot, and a real police officer was by my side. They listened to my story, and I could tell they were just as shaken up as I was. The officer explained that they didn't have a loudspeaker system at the cornfield, so there was no way the person could have made an announcement for my friends to meet me. The officer took down my statement and filed a report. The whole experience was surreal. I was so shaken up I could barely speak. But after a while, I started to calm down. I realized how close I had come to something terrible. I might have been kidnapped, or worse. But thanks to my dad's warning, I had trusted my instincts, and that saved me. As my parents drove me home that night, I couldn't help but think how lucky I was. I'd been so close to something awful, but it all turned out okay in the end. I learned a valuable lesson that night. Always trust your gut, and never ignore the things that make you uncomfortable, even if that means questioning authority. Because sometimes, the person who's supposed to keep you safe might not be who they say they are. I never went back to the cornfield attraction again. Not because I was scared of the haunted houses or the creepy corn maze, but because I knew now that the real danger could come from places you least expect it. And sometimes, the scariest things don't come in costumes or spooky makeup. The weekend had finally arrived, and we were all packed and ready to head out to the lake house. My best friend's aunt had a place up north, right by the water. It was the kind of house that felt like it belonged to another era, large and a little rundown, but charming in its own way. The wooden beams in the ceiling creaked when you walked beneath them, and the floors had that old, lived-in warmth that made it feel homey. There was something about the place that made you want to just kick back and forget about everything. We'd been talking about this weekend for weeks, and everyone was excited. It was the perfect setting for a long weekend of relaxation, games, and just being away from the city. We all piled into my best friend's car. A few of us squashed into the back seat and headed off. The drive wasn't too long, but it felt like an eternity. The scenery outside the window was beautiful, the deep green trees lining the roads, and the rolling hills giving way to the sparkling lake. When we finally arrived, it was already evening, the sun dipping low in the sky. My best friend's aunt greeted us at the door with a warm smile and a welcoming hug. She was one of those people who always made you feel comfortable, like you could sit and talk to her for hours and never run out of things to say. After we unpacked, everyone scattered throughout the house. Some went down to the lake to swim or fish. Others went up to the loft to play board games, and I decided to set up on the couch in the basement. It was always a bit cooler down there, and the couch was huge, perfect for stretching out. It had this slightly musty smell like an old cabin, but I liked it. The dim lighting from a single light bulb hanging from the ceiling made it feel cozy, almost like a secret spot I could have all to myself. I grabbed a blanket, tossed it over me, and quickly fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how much time had passed when I woke up. The house was completely quiet, and it was still dark outside. The kind of dark where you feel like everything is asleep except for you. I glanced over at the clock on the wall, but I couldn't make out the time clearly. I rubbed my eyes, trying to shake off the fog of sleep, and realized I needed to use the bathroom. The one upstairs. I reluctantly pulled myself out from under the blanket, my feet hitting the cool wooden floor with a soft thud. The stairs creaked under my weight as I walked up, the sound echoing through the house. When I finally reached the bathroom and did my business, I made sure to wash my face with cold water to wake myself up more. The walk back to the basement felt longer than before. The house seemed even quieter now, and it was like every small noise I made, footsteps on the stairs, the creak of the door, was too loud. I figured maybe I was just tired, and the isolation of the house at night was playing tricks on me. As I reached the bottom of the stairs and stepped into the basement, I froze. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. There, sitting on the pool table, was a figure. A large, white, faceless figure. The first thing I noticed was how it sat unnaturally still, like it was waiting for something. Its body was entirely white, like someone had wrapped it in a blanket made of the brightest light, but there was no glow, no source of light. It didn't move at all, but somehow, I could feel it was staring straight at me. The most unsettling part was its face, or rather, the complete lack of one. There was nothing there, just a smooth, blank surface where a face should be. I blinked, my heart pounding in my chest. At first, I thought maybe I was dreaming. Maybe I hadn't fully woken up yet. It had to be a hallucination. I rubbed my eyes, and when I opened them again, it was still there, sitting motionless on the pool table. No eyes, no mouth, nothing but smooth, blank white skin. My stomach twisted, but I convinced myself it was nothing. I was just tired, the kind of tired where your brain plays tricks on you. I turned and stumbled back to the couch, my feet feeling heavy. I didn't dare look back at the figure. I pulled the blanket over me, trying to shake off the creeping fear that had settled in my chest. My heart was still pounding, and my breath felt shallow. I closed my eyes, telling myself it was all just my imagination. I rolled over, facing the wall, hoping that sleep would come quickly to erase the weirdness of what I'd just seen. But sleep didn't come. It wasn't long before I started hearing it. The sound, soft at first, like a whisper in the silence of the basement. It was coming from behind me, just to the left of where I lay. "You're bad. You're bad. You're bad." The voice was low, almost imperceptible, but I could hear it clearly in my left ear. It was like the words were being breathed right into my ear, each one colder than the last. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up again. The voice sounded so real, like someone was actually in the room with me, whispering those words over and over. I tried to ignore it, trying to block out the voice, but it didn't stop. It didn't matter how tightly I squeezed my eyes shut, or how much I pulled the blanket over my head. The words kept coming like a mantra. You're bad. You're bad. You're bad. It was almost rhythmic, like it was trying to get under my skin. Each time it said it, the words grew sharper, more accusing. I wasn't sure how long it went on. It felt like hours, but it could have been minutes. Time seemed to stretch out, and with every passing second, the voice grew more intense. It was right there, close enough to feel the breath on my skin. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. My whole body was frozen, trapped in that paralyzing fear. Finally, just as the first light of dawn began to creep through the small basement window, the voice stopped. It was like a switch had been flipped, and suddenly there was silence. But it wasn't a peaceful silence. It was the kind of silence that makes you feel like something's still there, lingering, waiting for you to notice. My heart was still racing, and I could feel the sweat on the back of my neck. I didn't wait for the sun to come up fully. The moment I felt the first real light of day, I jumped up, grabbing my shoes and bolting upstairs. I ran through the house in a panic, barely stopping to catch my breath. I was in a full-on freak-out, my mind racing with questions I couldn't answer. What had I seen? What had that voice been? And why was it only in my ear? I burst into the living room, and my best friend's mom, who had been sleeping on the couch, woke up to my frantic state. I must have looked like a mess, wide-eyed, panting, my hands trembling. She immediately sat up and asked me what was wrong. I could barely put into words what I had experienced. I was spitting out sentences, but none of them made sense. All I could say was that something was down there with me. Something was watching me, and I heard it whispering in my ear. She looked at me with concern but said, "You know, nobody's ever said anything like that before. It's probably just a bad dream, or maybe you were just sleepwalking. But nothing like that's ever happened in this house before." I didn't believe her. I knew what I had heard. I knew what I had seen. But there was no convincing her, and maybe there was no convincing myself either. We went on with the weekend, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The lake house, the pool table, the dark corners of the basement, they all felt different now. I wasn't sure if it was my imagination running wild or something real, but I wasn't going to stick around to figure it out. A few weeks later, my best friend told me her aunt decided to sell the lake house. They weren't using it much anymore, and the place was getting too much upkeep. The idea of selling it didn't seem strange, but somehow it felt like a relief. I never went back. To this day, I still don't know what happened that night. Whether it was just my exhaustion playing tricks on me or something else entirely, I'll never be sure. But I've never forgotten that feeling, the cold whispers, the faceless figure on the pool table, the overwhelming sense that I was being watched. And I never, ever slept in a basement again. I've never been able to forget what happened that Thanksgiving night about 8 years ago at my grandma's house. It wasn't one of those stories that you tell for fun or in jest. It wasn't a campfire tale that would eventually fade into laughter or disbelief. It was real, and it shook me to my core in a way that still makes me shiver every time I think about it. It was late, maybe around 4:30 in the morning, and everyone in the house was asleep. My mom, my brother, my grandparents, they were all fast asleep. The house was quiet, and there was a slight chill in the air that seemed to creep in as the night wore on. I was the only one still awake. The house was small, an older ranch-style home that creaked with every shift of the foundation. The living room was the heart of it, and that's where I was. I sat in front of the computer, trying to kill time, browsing the internet as the soft glow from the screen lit up my face. I had a small TV on in the background. It was tuned to Adult Swim, something mindless to distract me while I mindlessly scrolled through random pages on the computer. It was a way to kill time, especially since I had trouble sleeping in that house, even though it was cozy and familiar. The house was old, the walls thin, and the noises it made at night always got to me, but tonight felt different. The air was thick, the silence unsettling. Even with the TV on, the stillness felt heavy, like something was just a little off. I pushed the thought aside. It was probably just me being paranoid, as I often was. Then out of nowhere, I felt it, a chill creeping up my spine. I brushed it off at first, telling myself it was just the cold from the window or the old house settling. But then it came again. A sound, a laugh. It wasn't from the TV or the computer. I knew that much for sure. The voice was clear, distinct, and it sent a chill deeper than any draft in the room. It was the sound of children, a little girl and a boy laughing. It was soft at first, faint, like it was coming from a distance. But the problem was, I was alone in the living room. Everyone else was asleep in the other rooms, and the house was supposed to be quiet. I froze. The laugh came again, clearer this time, and it was followed by the unmistakable sound of children giggling. It was coming from somewhere inside the house, but I couldn't figure out where. I glanced at the TV, but the sounds of the laughter didn't match anything that was happening on the screen. It wasn't a sound effect from the show. And the computer? I checked the settings, making sure everything was muted, but it was still there. The giggles, the laughter, almost like they were in the same room with me. My heart started racing. My mind scrambled for an explanation. Could the radio in the kitchen have turned on? Maybe it was one of those digital radios that had a timer or automatic settings. But I couldn't remember turning it on before bed. My feet moved before I even realized it, and I stood up from the chair. The laughter didn't stop. In fact, it grew louder. I walked toward the kitchen, thinking that maybe there was an explanation. The closer I got to the door, the louder the laughter became, shifting from giggling to full-on guffaws, the kind of laughter that children make when they're having the time of their lives. But something was wrong. It didn't sound playful anymore. It was starting to sound unsettling, manic even. With each step I took toward the kitchen, the laughter seemed to build, becoming more distorted. And then I heard something else crying. A baby. At first, it was a soft wail, like a baby whimpering in distress, but then it became sharper, more desperate. I felt a wave of confusion and terror wash over me. What the hell kind of radio show is this? I thought. I was moving faster now, almost instinctively, my mind telling me to get to my mom, to get to safety. But the closer I got to the kitchen, the more the sounds grew. The laughter turned into hysteria, then maniacal cackling that filled the entire house. The baby's cries turned into screams, each one more pained than the last. It was like they were being tortured. My legs were moving faster than I could process. I wasn't thinking anymore. I just needed to get out of the room, to get to my mom. My heart pounded in my chest as I reached the doorway to the kitchen. The sound was so loud now, so overwhelming, it felt like it was physically pressing on my chest. It wasn't just background noise, it was everywhere, like it was coming from inside my head, rattling my skull. I wanted to scream, but my voice caught in my throat. I was at the doorway now, my hand just about to reach for the handle, when it happened. Something shoved me. It wasn't a soft push. It was violent, sudden, like someone had placed their hands on my chest and shoved me backward with all their strength. My feet slipped, and I stumbled, nearly falling as I was thrown back into the living room. The sound of the laughter and the crying stopped in an instant. 1 second, it was deafening, the next, complete silence. I sat there on the floor, trying to catch my breath, my hands trembling uncontrollably. I felt my heart hammering in my chest, and I could barely comprehend what had just happened. My mind raced, trying to make sense of everything, but it didn't make sense. It couldn't. There was no explanation for what had just occurred. No rational reason for the laughter, the crying, or the force that had shoved me back into the room. I just knew it had felt real. Too real. My body was shaking as I fought to keep my tears at bay. The fear I felt was so intense, I couldn't even think straight. I crawled back to the chair, unable to stand, my limbs weak and shaking. The tears came anyway, and I didn't care. I couldn't explain it to myself, let alone anyone else. I just wanted to be out of that room, out of that house. But I couldn't move. I was frozen in place. I was terrified to leave, but terrified to stay. I don't know how long I sat there in the dark room, but eventually, the door to the living room opened. My grandma came in, looking concerned. She must have heard me crying. She came over, gently sat beside me, and wrapped me in a blanket. She didn't ask questions, didn't need to. She just took me downstairs to her room and told me I could sleep there for the night. I remember curling up next to her in bed, the warmth of her presence grounding me. But even in her arms, I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had taken hold of me. It clung to me like a shadow, following me even as I finally fell asleep. The next morning, everything was normal. The house was quiet again, and everyone was up, having breakfast and chatting like nothing had happened. It was like the night before had never happened at all. But I knew it wasn't just a nightmare. I knew what I heard. I knew what I felt. And I couldn't shake the terror, the feeling of being watched, even as I sat there with my family, eating my breakfast and pretending everything was fine. To this day, I can't explain it. Was it just my mind playing tricks on me? Was it some kind of hallucination? Or was it something else entirely? I don't know. But what I do know is that I've never felt truly safe in that house again, no matter how many years have passed. It was as if someone was still there waiting, watching. And every time I visit, I feel that same chill crawl up my spine, that same unease that won't let go. That Thanksgiving night changed me. It's been years, but the fear still lingers, a reminder of something I can't explain, something I can never forget. It was a bright Saturday afternoon, one of those perfect spring days when everything feels fresh, and you can't help but smile at the warmth of the sun. The air had a light chill, but nothing unbearable, and everything felt crisp, like the world was waking up from a long winter sleep. My family and I decided to take a bike ride along the canal, a route we had taken countless times. We'd been living in the city for years, and the canal was a familiar spot, lined with tall trees that seemed to whisper as the wind passed through their branches. The path was simple, well-worn, and peaceful. I had no idea that day would change everything. I was just a kid, probably no older than 8 or 9, and I remember being excited to bike with my parents, my older brother, and my younger sister. We were a pretty close-knit family, always out together when we could be. There was a certain freedom in those rides, the sound of our bike tires humming along the gravel, the occasional rustling of leaves, and the distant sound of the water moving lazily in the canal. It was the kind of day that makes you think life is simple, that nothing can go wrong. We were riding along the canal, and it was a familiar stretch that I loved. The bridge was coming up, the smaller one made of metal and wood, the one with the gaps in the planks. We had crossed it before many times. The bridge was the kind of thing kids like to play around on. It was rickety, and the metal bars underneath it gave it a strange, skeletal look. A bridge just for bikes and pedestrians, with a wooden path running through it. The gaps were big enough that, as a kid, you could feel a little uneasy about them, but not enough to stop you from crossing. It wasn't that high above the water, maybe a meter or so, but the current under it was steady, a soft murmur of dark, deep water. I had crossed it so many times before that I didn't think twice when we got there that day. My brother and I, being close in age, always rode ahead of our parents and younger sister. We were competitive, racing each other to the next landmark, always eager to get to the front. I remember that day, my brother was ahead of me on his bike, but I pushed hard to catch up, my legs pumping furiously, trying to keep pace. We were neck and neck when we reached the bridge. We both decided to cross together, like we always did. The sound of our tires over the metal bridge was louder than usual, but I didn't think much of it. My attention was more on trying to beat him to the other side. The next moment was a blur, something that felt like it happened in slow motion, but all at once. My brother was a little too close to me, and as we neared the middle of the bridge, we collided. My handlebars turned sharply to the side, and before I even realized what was happening, I lost my balance. I tried to steer my bike to avoid falling, but the momentum was too much. I felt myself tipping sideways, and then, without warning, I was flying through the air. My body twisted in the air, and I crashed toward the edge of the bridge. The world seemed to slow down in that instant. I had no control. My mind screamed at me to hold on, to try to stop myself, but it was too late. I felt my body hit the edge of the bridge, and then, before I could even register what was happening, I was falling. I plunged into the cold, dark water below. The shock of the coldness hit me immediately. The water closed over me like a heavy weight. I couldn't breathe. The cold was suffocating, and for a moment, I had no idea which way was up. Panic surged through me like a tidal wave. I kicked, trying to push myself up, but the water was pulling me down. My body was fighting, instinctively moving, but I couldn't swim. I didn't know what to do. I gasped, water rushing into my mouth. It tasted foul, like old, stagnant water that had been sitting for too long. I fought against it, my heart pounding in my chest. I could feel the darkness surrounding me, pressing in, and I could hear nothing but the roaring rush of blood in my ears. I felt as though I were sinking deeper and deeper, and for a second, I thought I might never make it back to the surface. Then something sharp, something solid, came into contact with my hand. I reached out blindly, my fingers wrapping around the cold metal bars of the bridge. I don't even remember how I managed to grab them, but the moment my hand closed around the metal, a tiny bit of relief washed over me. My knuckles burned with the strain of holding on, but I clung to the bars with everything I had. My legs kicked beneath the water, trying to find some footing, but there was nothing. I was hanging, suspended over the water, terrified. I wanted to scream, but my throat was tight, and every breath I took felt like it could be my last. The water around me was dark, too dark to see anything beneath me. I felt trapped, lost. I tried to pull myself up, but it was almost impossible. My fingers were slipping on the cold metal, and every time I tried to pull myself up, the water seemed to suck me down a little more. I couldn't hear anything above the water, just the roar of my own heartbeat and the rushing water. And then suddenly I heard a splash. The sound of it cut through the panic in my mind. I twisted my head, and through the water, I saw a dark figure moving toward me. The realization hit me like a punch in the chest. My dad. He had come after me. I don't know how he knew what had happened so quickly, but there he was, swimming beside me in the cold water. The panic that had gripped me began to subside just a little bit. I had never been so scared in my life, but there was a strange kind of comfort in knowing he was there. My dad was strong. I had always known that, and now, as he reached out to me, I knew he would get me out. His hands grabbed me, pulling me up, and I felt the cold water draining out of my lungs as he lifted me higher. I don't remember much of the details after that, but I do remember the firm grip of his hands around my body, the relief that flooded me when I realized I was safe. He pulled me close, his arm wrapped around me as he made his way back toward the shore. Everything after that was a blur of exhaustion, shock, and relief. When we reached the edge of the water, my dad helped me climb back onto the bridge, his hands steady and sure. He kept me close, his voice calm, though I could tell he was shaken too. My mom and siblings were already there, their faces pale with concern. My mom was asking if I was okay, though I could barely respond. I remember feeling embarrassed, more than anything else. My body was shaking, my legs weak from the adrenaline, but it wasn't just from the cold. I was embarrassed that I had fallen, that I had gotten myself into such a mess. My family kept telling me that I was fine, that I was lucky, but all I could think about was how stupid I must have looked, falling into the water like that. We didn't talk much about it after that. I didn't tell anyone about it for years, not even my friends. It wasn't until I was older that I could talk about it with anyone. I didn't want to seem weak or childish. But I never forgot the terror of that moment, the feeling of losing control, of being so utterly helpless in the face of something I couldn't control. As I grew older, the memory of that day faded into the background of my life. But every time I crossed that bridge again, I couldn't help but feel a shiver run through me. The water always looked darker from the bridge, and the gaps in the wooden path seemed wider, more menacing. I'd ride my bike across, my heart still racing slightly, but each time, I'd force myself to ride just a little bit faster, as if outrunning the fear. Now, as an adult, I understand just how close I came to something far worse that day. My dad's quick response saved me, but I'll never forget the feeling of my fingers slipping on those metal bars, the cold, dark water pulling at me. It's a memory that has stayed with me, one I think about more often than I care to admit. And I realize now, as I look back, that it wasn't just the fall that scared me. It was how quickly everything could change, how quickly the world can turn upside down. But in the end, I made it out. I wasn't alone. My dad was there, and we both made it through. It was a close call, and I'll always carry the memory of that moment. But now, when I think of it, I think of how lucky I was, how things could have been so much worse. And I'm grateful that I'm here to remember it, and that I can finally talk about it, even if it's years later. I was 17 when the nightmare happened. It's a blur now, but there are parts one will never forget. To this day, I still get jumpy if a knife is near me, and I panic every time I don't hear from my mom after she leaves the house. I don't know if I'll ever get over it, but I'll tell you what happened. It's still fresh enough in my mind that I can remember every detail, even the parts one wish I could forget. At the time, I was recovering from knee surgery. I'd torn my ACL during basketball season, and while the doctors were confident in my recovery, I still couldn't move around too easily. I was in a lot of pain, my knee wrapped in a bulky brace, and I had to use crutches to get around. My mom had just married a guy who was big, really big. 6'3", 300 pounds. He was strong physically, but mentally, well, that's a different story. I was upstairs in my room when I heard a noise downstairs. It started as shouting, but it quickly escalated. I didn't know what it was at first. I thought maybe they were just having a heated argument, like they sometimes did, but then I heard my mom scream. Not just a yell, this was a full scream of terror. I knew something was wrong. I threw my crutches aside and hobbled down the stairs as fast as I could, my heart pounding in my chest. I reached the bottom of the stairs just in time to hear another scream. It was my mom again. And then I heard it, asterisk thud star. A hard, sickening thud, like someone hitting something with all their weight. I didn't need to think about it. I ran, even though my knee screamed at me to stop. When I reached the hallway, the door to the living room was open, and that's when I saw him. My mom's husband was on top of her, pinning her to the floor. He was choking her with one hand, and with the other, he was stomping on her chest. My heart dropped to my stomach, and for a second, all I could do was stare in disbelief. He wasn't the same man I'd seen before. His eyes were wild, unhinged, like a completely different person had taken over. His face was contorted with rage, and my mom was struggling beneath him, gasping for breath. I couldn't think, couldn't process what I was seeing. I just knew I had to act. I glanced around quickly, and that's when I saw my little brother. He was 4 at the time, standing in the doorway to the living room, watching what was happening. His innocent eyes, wide with confusion and fear, are something I'll never forget. In that moment, I knew I had to get him out of there. I didn't waste a second. I rushed forward, my bad knee screaming in protest, and grabbed my brother. I pulled him into my arms and quickly backed away. I couldn't think about the pain. I just needed him to be safe. I pushed him down the hallway, whispering to him to stay quiet. I didn't know what was happening, but I knew he couldn't be in that room. Once I got him into the kitchen, I heard the sound of a slap. My mom had tried to push him off. The sound of it filled me with a mix of anger and fear, and I couldn't leave her there, not while she was in danger. I set my brother down on the floor by the counter and told him to stay put. Then I ran back down the hallway. I passed my older siblings' rooms, yelling for them to get out of the house and go find someone to call the police. I didn't care if they were scared. They needed to be safe, too. I turned back to the living room, and what I saw made my stomach churn. My mom's husband was still on top of her. But now he was yelling too, his voice high-pitched and frantic. His hands were still around her neck, squeezing the life out of her. I had to stop him. I didn't think about how much bigger he was than me, or how much stronger he was. I didn't have time to think. I just acted. I ran toward him and tackled him, shoving him off my mom. He was heavy, a wall of muscle, but I somehow got him off her. My mom was gasping for air, trying to breathe, and I could see the fear in her eyes. I didn't care about the danger. I didn't care about my own pain or how outmatched I was. I pushed him up against the washer and dryer in the corner of the room, trying to hold him there. My arms shook with the effort. He was struggling, trying to fight me off, but I had him pinned. I yelled at my mom to get out, to leave. She didn't move at first, still gasping for air, still trying to process what was happening. But then, out of nowhere, he shoved me. With one move, he broke free of my hold and staggered to his feet. I was shocked. I couldn't move fast enough. He went straight to their bedroom, and I realized he was trying to lock me in the room. I couldn't let that happen. I had to make sure my mom was safe. I needed to keep him away from her. I tried to rush him again, but he was faster this time. He shoved me aside, sending me crashing into the hallway wall. My head spun, but I didn't stop. I didn't have time to feel sorry for myself. I heard him in the kitchen, clattering around. My blood ran cold as I realized what he was doing. I rushed into the kitchen, but before I could stop him, I saw him holding a knife. It gleamed under the light, and for a second I froze. I knew what he was thinking. He was going to hurt himself. And then he did. Right in front of me, he cut his arm with the knife, slow and deliberate, like it was something he had planned. He was looking me dead in the eyes as he did it, not a hint of remorse, not even a flicker of emotion in his face. He didn't seem frantic or upset anymore. He was calm, disturbingly calm. I could hear the police dispatcher on the other end of the phone, my heart pounding in my chest. My mom was still in the living room, trying to catch her breath, but I couldn't look away from him. I couldn't stop watching. That's when he spoke. "She's cheating on me," he said. His voice was flat, emotionless. "If I can't have her, no one else will." The words hit me like a slap in the face. It didn't make any sense, but I could see it in his eyes. He believed it. I was terrified, but I had to stay focused. I couldn't let him hurt anyone. Not my mom, not himself. He locked himself in the bathroom after that, still holding the knife. The police arrived minutes later, but by that time, he had already made up his mind to avoid arrest. He was going to try to make it look like he'd done this on his own, that there was no one to blame. The cops broke down the bathroom door, and I remember hearing the sirens fade away as they took him in. But it didn't feel like relief. It felt like a weight that I couldn't shake. I didn't know what had happened to him, what had made him snap like that. I didn't understand. I still don't. But that night, I learned something about myself. I learned that no matter what, I would fight for my family. I didn't care how scared I was. I didn't care about anything except keeping them safe. As the years went by, things didn't get easier. I still flinch at the sound of a knife, and I still get panicked when I don't hear from my mom after she leaves the house. But I'm older now, and I've learned to live with the fear. I've learned to move past the trauma, even if it still lingers. I don't know where he is now. I don't know if he ever got the help he needed, but I hope he did, for his sake and for everyone else's. I was about 8 years old, deep in the woods at my uncle's house, which was secluded from everything. My uncle lived on a huge piece of land, surrounded by thick trees and empty fields. The house itself was far from town, and there weren't any neighbors for miles. It was the kind of place where, at night, you could stand outside, look up at the sky, and not see a single light, except for the occasional flash of distant lightning or a star. The day my uncle and his wife went out for a night on the town, leaving us, 5 kids, ranging in age from 4 to 14, alone at the house, felt like an adventure waiting to happen. It wasn't the first time we'd been left in the house by ourselves, but something about this night was different. Maybe it was because of the storm that had rolled in earlier, the kind that made the sky flicker and pulse with power. Maybe it was because the woods around the house felt especially dark that evening, even for the deep forest they sat in. My brother Ben, who was 11 at the time, had suggested we play a game of hide and seek in the house. We used to do this all the time, even though it was pitch black in the house once the sun went down. My uncle's house didn't have any streetlights, no lamps lining the driveway, nothing. When the sun went down, it was as if the world outside vanished, leaving just the house and the darkness. Base was set in the living room, where a single lamp provided the smallest amount of light. The rest of the house was completely dark. It was my turn to hide. I decided to stay close to base, figuring that if I hid somewhere nearby, I could get to the living room faster than anyone else. I crouched by the wall near the front window, just a few feet from Ben, who was it. I thought it was a smart place to hide, because it allowed me to keep an eye on him while not being too far from the safety of base. Plus, the window was a good vantage point. From there, you could see the long, gravel driveway that led up to the house. Ben started his countdown, and I held my breath, trying not to giggle. The wind outside howled, making the trees sway and creak. Then suddenly, a flash of lightning lit up the entire room. For just a moment, everything outside the window became crystal clear. Every tree, every rock, every shape. And that's when I saw it. At first, I couldn't process what I was looking at. It was like a shadow, a figure standing outside the window, too still, too unnatural. I could barely see any details, just the dark outline of a person. He was standing at the edge of the window, facing the house, not moving, just staring. My heart stopped. My blood went cold. I wasn't sure if I had imagined it, or if it was just the lightning playing tricks on me. But then, as the light from the storm faded, the figure remained. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. Ben, who must have noticed me tense up, turned to look. He saw it too. The next lightning strike lit up the world again, and the man, whoever he was moving. Slowly, he started walking toward the front door, his steps heavy, deliberate. There was something about the way he moved that felt wrong, like he wasn't supposed to be there. It was as if he knew the house was empty, as if he was going to do something. I whispered, but my voice was barely a squeak. Ben. He didn't respond immediately, just continued staring at the window. I could see his eyes, wide with fear, but he was trying to stay calm. Then, almost like an instinct, he bolted up and ran to the front door. I could hear him fumbling with the locks, cursing under his breath as he scrambled to secure the house. The figure outside didn't stop. He reached the front door and began to shake the handle, testing it. The sound of his hand on the doorknob was almost unbearable, each jingle of the metal a sharp reminder that we weren't alone. Ben managed to lock the door just before the guy could get the handle to turn. I could hear Ben breathing heavily, but he was trying to keep quiet, trying to think. "Lock the other doors," he whispered urgently. Now, I ran toward the kitchen, my feet pounding on the hardwood floor, the darkness all around me. My eyes darted from corner to corner, expecting to see the shadow of the man in every doorway. I reached the kitchen door, locked it, and ran to the sliding glass door at the back of the house. I hadn't even touched the handle before I saw him. The man was standing there, right outside the glass. His face was just a silhouette, but I could see his eyes, dark, lifeless. He was watching me, his head tilted slightly, like he was studying me, figuring out what I was going to do next. My stomach churned. I couldn't move. I was paralyzed by fear, unable to do anything but stare back at him. I heard Ben's voice then, calm but urgent. "Close the curtain. Do it now." His voice broke through the haze of panic that had settled over me. Slowly, my hand reached for the curtain cord. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears as I pulled it shut, blocking out the figure standing outside. The world beyond that sliding door faded into darkness, but I knew he was still out there waiting. Ben came running over then, the sound of his shoes slapping against the floor. He was holding something in his hand, a BB gun. It looked like a real rifle, but I could tell by the way it felt in my hand that it was just a toy. Still, Ben stepped onto the porch with it, standing as tall as he could, trying to make himself look bigger, trying to convince whoever was outside that we were armed. I wasn't sure it would work. What if the man didn't care? What if he had a gun too? But Ben was trying his best, and that was all I could do. We couldn't use the phone. My uncle's place had one of those old party lines, and it had always been a pain to get a good connection. Ben tried dialing, but we couldn't get through to anyone. No one was picking up. We tried the CB radio, hoping to contact someone, anyone, but the static buzzed loudly, and the few times we thought we'd heard a voice, it was just a garbled mess of unintelligible words. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to scream, to cry, but I knew that if I did, the man outside might hear. And then what? The storm outside had died down, but I could still hear the wind rustling the trees, as if the world itself was holding its breath. I looked at Ben, his face grim, trying to keep us both calm, trying to figure out what to do. We were stuck in this house with no way to call for help and no way to defend ourselves. Then, just as things were starting to feel completely hopeless, a truck pulled up outside. It was an old beat-up vehicle, headlights shining through the windows, cutting through the darkness. At first, I thought maybe it was the man coming back, but then I saw the familiar face of my older cousin, Tommy. He was only about 15, but he was the closest thing we had to an adult at that moment. We ran to the door, and Ben opened it, his face full of relief. Tommy walked in, not knowing the terror we'd just gone through. He must have been on his way to visit, and we hadn't even heard him pull up. He looked at us, wide-eyed. "What's going on? You guys okay?" We nodded, the adrenaline finally starting to wear off, but the tension in my body didn't go away. I couldn't shake the image of that man's face on the other side of the window. I wasn't sure if I would ever be able to forget it. Tommy stayed with us for the rest of the night, but the feeling of unease didn't leave. My uncle and his wife came back later, unaware of the scare we had just lived through. When they heard the story, they didn't take it as seriously as we had, brushing it off as a stranger passing through, maybe a lost traveler or someone just looking for help. But I knew what I had seen, and I knew the terror we had felt in that moment. The man outside the window, watching us, waiting. It's something I'll never forget. It's something that still gives me chills when I think back on it. Even now, all these years later, I still wonder what would have happened if Tommy hadn't shown up. What if no one had come? What if the man had pushed further? I'll never know for sure. But I do know one thing for certain. I'll never forget the feeling of staring into that man's eyes through the glass, frozen in fear, knowing that something wasn't right. Something was very, very wrong. When I was 14, my dad died. It wasn't a huge loss, really. He wasn't the greatest dad, never really there, always more into his own thing. He liked to sneak up on people and scare the hell out of them. It wasn't just a once-in-a-while thing either. He made it his mission to catch you off guard when you least expected it. You'd be minding your business, and all of a sudden, you'd feel that weird sensation that someone was watching you. You'd look over, and there he'd be, just standing there in the corner of your vision, watching you. It was his thing, quiet, sneaky, and just a little bit creepy. He was good at it, too. He never needed to say anything. Just that look, and the way he stood, like he knew exactly how to unnerve you without lifting a finger. If you ever caught him doing it, he'd just grin and laugh. It was his thing. But then he was gone. Just like that. At first, I didn't really feel much. The whole thing just didn't hit me the way I thought it would. There was no big outpouring of emotion. I didn't cry. I didn't even really miss him. I think I'd gotten so used to him being an absent figure in my life that when he wasn't around anymore, it didn't feel all that different. But that doesn't mean things didn't change. They did. They changed in ways I couldn't explain. It started in the first few weeks after he died. I'd be sitting in the living room, minding my own business, watching TV. It was late, way later than I should have been up, but the silence of the house after everyone went to bed made the TV feel like company. I wasn't sure why I was still awake, but I'd sit there, wrapped in the quiet hum of the old house, and watch whatever random show was on. I'd sit there in my chair, eyes glued to the screen, just zoning out when it would happen. I'd catch a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye. It wasn't a flash, more like a shadow slipping across my peripheral vision. It would happen so fast, like it was just my mind playing tricks on me. But after a few seconds, it would hit me. He was there. Dad. I'd glance over, and sure enough, in the entryway, right by the front door, he'd be standing there, watching me, just like before. He didn't need to make a sound. He didn't need to say anything. He was just there, standing in that same spot, the same way he used to, his presence so strong it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The worst part was that I knew he wasn't really there. He couldn't be. But that didn't stop the chill that would creep down my spine. I'd look, and in the time it took my eyes to lock onto the spot, he'd be gone. Just like that. Poof. I'd try to tell myself it was nothing, that it was just my mind playing tricks. But the more it happened, the harder it was to ignore. It didn't make any sense. I was tired, sure. But how tired do you have to be for your brain to start inventing people standing in the doorway? It didn't add up. I told myself it was just stress, grief, my mind trying to deal with the loss in its own weird way. But then things started happening that I couldn't explain away so easily. Dad used to love those history and nature documentaries. You know the ones that go on forever, with some guy narrating about the wonders of the animal kingdom or the mysteries of ancient civilizations. He'd watch them for hours, late into the night, always on the History Channel, Discovery, or A/&E. It was his thing, his comfort. I remember being a kid, begging him to turn the volume down because it was so damn loud at night. Those documentaries were just always on, the hum of the TV filling the house, even when I was trying to sleep. After he passed, it didn't take long before I started hearing it again. It wasn't loud at first, but it was there. At least once a week, I'd be lying in bed, trying to fall asleep, when I'd hear the faint sound of the TV. It would start out as quiet mumbling, then I'd recognize it. Some guy talking about ants or the life of Winston Churchill. I'd freeze. The noise would drift through the thin walls of the house, and I'd hear it clear as day. And I'd think, no way. Not again. But then I'd get up, groggy and irritated, and go check. When I opened the door to the living room, the TV would be off. Completely. The lights were out. Everything was silent. But I could still hear it. The sound of the documentary, just there in my head, like the memory of it was still playing on repeat. It would come back the next week, too. Same deal. Some documentary, some old, boring show about a subject I'd never care about. The TV would be silent, but the sound would still be there. I'd walk to the living room, checking to see if maybe Max, the tuxedo cat, had somehow turned it on. But no, Max would be with me in bed or outside. Nothing made sense. It wasn't like anyone else was around to do it. My brother couldn't have been messing with me. He's deaf and wouldn't have been able to hear it, let alone turn on the TV. Mom worked nights, and she wasn't around. My sister had moved out. No one was home to do it. And still there it was. The TV, running when no one had touched it. Then it got worse. One night, I was sitting in the basement watching TV. Mom was upstairs in the living room. She had a habit of stomping on the floor when she needed something. It was how she got my attention when she needed me to do something. That night, she stomped. Not just once, but several times in a row. It was loud and frantic, and I rushed upstairs, thinking something was wrong. When I got to the top of the stairs, I found her sitting in the living room, staring at a cup on the coffee table. She was wide-eyed, her face pale, and I could see that she was shaken. The cup was shaking. Not just a little, like it had been knocked over or jostled by accident. No, it was shaking violently, like it was alive. The styrofoam cup rattled on the table, its edges quivering with every movement. I rushed over, grabbed the cup, and checked it. No strings, no wires, no hidden mechanisms. Nothing. I put it back on the table, and sure enough, it started shaking again, even more violently this time. There was no reason for it. The table was solid, the floor beneath it was level, and there was no draft in the room. I didn't know what to think. It wasn't possible, was it? I checked every angle I could, looking for some rational explanation. I couldn't find one. Mom was convinced it was Dad. She kept saying, "It's him. It's got to be him. He's just messing with us." She seemed almost comforted by the thought, but I wasn't so sure. It didn't sit right with me. Dad was a lot of things, but messing with us from beyond the grave wasn't one of them. I didn't like it. It felt wrong. So I shouted at the cup, "If that's you, Dad, knock it off." And just like that, the shaking stopped. That was the last time it happened. After that night, the TV never came on again, and the front door stopped opening by itself. Max the cat had to wait for someone to actually open the door for him. The weird stuff stopped. It all just stopped. I never saw Dad in the corner of my vision again. The house went back to normal. But something about that night, the cup shaking on the table, stuck with me. It wasn't just the weirdness of it all. It was the fact that I had to tell myself to stop being scared. I had to call it out, and then just like that, it stopped. Like I was the one in control. And I don't know if it was my mind playing tricks on me or if there really was something else going on. But after that, I never felt Dad's presence again. The house became quiet again, peaceful. And I'll admit, part of me was relieved. But another part of me, the part that still thought about the cup and the TV, wondered what really happened. I never got an answer, and I guess I'm not sure I ever will. But after everything settled, I finally understood something. There are some things we just can't explain, and maybe it's better that way. I was about 11 or 12 years old, just on the edge of that awkward age when you start feeling like you're between being a kid and trying to act grown-up. I lived in a small town nestled in the hills, just far enough away from the city to feel like a different world, but still close enough that you could see the glow of the city lights at night, just beyond the horizon. My town wasn't the safest place, but it wasn't the worst either. Gang violence was a known problem in the nearby city, and we were just 15 minutes away from all that chaos. You could feel the tension creeping through the streets every now and then, especially at night. But for the most part, it wasn't something you thought about daily. It was something you knew was there, but tried not to let it affect you. That day, I was just doing what I always did after school, taking a walk, clearing my head, stretching my legs after being cooped up in class all day. The sun was beginning to set, casting a golden hue over the whole street. I had my headphones on, but I wasn't listening to anything at the moment. I had that weird, in-between feeling that day, like I was aware of everything happening around me, but somehow disconnected. The street I walked down was a quiet one, the kind where the only sounds were the occasional car passing by or the wind rustling the leaves on the trees. The street I was on had an old retaining wall that held up the yard and foundation of a house on the left side. The wall was huge, at least 8 to 10 feet tall, with a mixture of chipped and peeling paint, some graffiti here and there, and the occasional tag. It was one of those old walls that felt like it had been there forever, part of the town's history. I liked walking here because it felt like it had some character, like you were in the middle of something that had been around long before you, a bit of mystery hidden in the weathered bricks. As I walked along the sidewalk, I could feel the cool breeze on my skin, a feeling of peace washing over me. But that peace didn't last long. Out of nowhere, a loud, harsh shout pierced the air. "Fuck you, motherfucker." It was so sudden, so angry, and it made me freeze in place. My heart slammed into my chest, and my breath caught in my throat. It was a shout full of rage, like someone had just exploded with all their fury in one sentence. I turned around, and that's when I saw it. A car was coming towards me, moving fast, with its windows rolled down. In the driver's seat was a guy I could barely make out, but I could see his face twisted into a sneer. What I noticed first, though, wasn't the driver. It was the barrel of a rifle sticking out of the window, aiming directly at me. I felt a cold rush of fear flood my body. Time slowed down, and I was frozen, like my feet were stuck to the ground. I knew in that moment that something was wrong, that I was in danger. My mind screamed at me to move, to run, but my body refused to listen. I just stood there, eyes wide, watching the car getting closer and closer, the rifle barrel now pointing directly at me. The air felt thick around me, like I couldn't breathe right. The sound of the car's engine roared in my ears, and for those few seconds, I genuinely thought I was going to die. I remember the thought so clearly, how real it felt, the feeling of knowing that, in the next moment, something horrible was about to happen, something I couldn't escape from. Then I heard two soft bursts, pop, pop, and just like that, the car zoomed past me, speeding off into the distance. I was still standing there, motionless, as the car disappeared around the corner. My heart was pounding, and I felt like I was going to pass out right there on the spot. My legs were shaking, and I couldn't move for a few seconds, just standing there in shock. Finally, I took a step forward, still too afraid to turn around right away. I didn't know what had happened, didn't know if I had been hit or if something worse had just happened. The adrenaline was rushing through my veins, making me feel like I could either run for my life or collapse at any moment. I looked to my left at the wall, still breathing hard, still shaking. And that's when I saw it, the two marks on the wall where the paint had splattered. Bright, splotchy, red and yellow stains of paint where the projectiles had hit. Paintballs. That's what they were. I had just been shot at with paintballs. I could hardly believe it. It felt like the world was spinning around me, and I couldn't get my mind to grasp the reality of what had just happened. I wasn't dead. I wasn't even seriously hurt. But for those moments after the car passed by, I thought I was done for. I thought I was about to be shot, about to lose my life. The panic was overwhelming, and I didn't know how to calm myself down. I just stood there for what felt like an eternity, looking at the wall where the paint splattered, still trying to process what had just happened. A part of me felt foolish for freezing up like that, but another part of me realized that anyone in my shoes would have been terrified. Anyone would have stood frozen, unsure of whether to move or stay still. Eventually, I forced myself to walk away from that spot. The feeling of relief was almost too much to bear. I didn't run. I just walked slowly, trying to collect myself, trying to get my head back in order. But every step felt like a weight being lifted from my chest, even though the fear still clung to me like a shadow. I didn't tell anyone. Not at first. I didn't go home and tell my parents or call the cops. I didn't even tell anyone in school. I just told my friends, the people I could trust. They were just as shocked as I was, but I didn't want to bring it up any more than I had to. There was a part of me that didn't want to make a big deal out of it, even though I knew deep down that it had been a terrifying experience. I didn't want to appear weak, even though I felt so small inside after everything that had just happened. Apparently, I wasn't the only one who'd been targeted. Word got around about the car and the people in it. Someone else must have called the cops, because a few days later, I heard that the guys in the car had been arrested. It didn't make me feel any better, though. It didn't erase the fear I'd felt in that moment, standing there with a rifle aimed at me, thinking that my life was about to end. The idea that they had been targeting other people too didn't really help either. I couldn't shake the image of that rifle barrel sticking out of the car window, or the sound of that angry shout, or the way my heart had felt like it was going to explode. I didn't even know if I was relieved or angry, maybe a little of both. I was just glad that the whole thing was over. But to this day, whenever I walk down that street, I can still feel that moment of fear creeping up on me. I can't help but glance toward that old retaining wall, remembering what happened. It's a part of me now, something that never really fades. That fear, that realization of how quickly everything can change, is something I'll never forget. I never understood why they did it. I don't know what their point was. It wasn't funny, it wasn't a prank, and it wasn't some kind of game. It was just an awful experience that I never saw coming, one that left me shaken and confused. But in the end, I was lucky. I walked away from it with just the memory of the fear and the relief, and nothing more. It wasn't a story to tell anyone else, but it was a story that stayed with me. One of those moments that, even years later, still makes me shudder when I think about it. In the end, I learned something about fear. It's strange how it can grip you, how it can make you believe something is so much worse than it is. But it also taught me how easily you can be reminded that life can change in an instant, and sometimes the smallest things, like a paintball, can become the scariest things in the world. I grew up in a small mobile home. It wasn't the type of house that most people would want to call home, but for me, it was all I knew. The walls were thin, the floors creaked with every step, and the smell of old wood mixed with the musty scent of things that had been forgotten for too long. My family wasn't well off, but we made it work. My dad worked odd hours at a mechanic shop. My mom did what she could around the house, and I went to school, where my life felt much bigger than it did at home. That is, until I met Adam. It's strange looking back now, trying to piece together what happened. I can't say for sure what it was, but I know this much. It's a memory that's never left me, and it's one that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. I was around 8 years old when I first heard Adam. It started out simple enough. I had just come home from school, as I usually did, and was heading to my room to drop off my backpack. That was when I heard the voice, soft but clear, coming from beneath the floorboards. It wasn't loud enough to be a shout, but it was definitely there, clear as day. "Hey, how was school?" I stopped dead in my tracks. At first, I thought I had imagined it, but then the voice came again. "How was your day?" It was so strange, like a whisper from the floor, yet it didn't seem to be from the walls or the ceiling. It was coming from directly beneath my feet, like it was echoing up from the floorboards themselves. I looked down, half expecting to see something, anything, but nothing was there. I stood there for a while, just staring at the floor, trying to make sense of it. I was scared but also curious. Who would be under the floor? It wasn't like we had a basement, and the space beneath the mobile home was just the ground. There was no reason anyone could be there. Yet the voice was real. I didn't know who else to tell. I didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so I kept it to myself. The next day, after school, I came home again. This time, I decided to check. I sat on the floor, right next to the area where I'd heard the voice the day before. It was quiet at first, but then, faintly, I heard it again. "How was your day?" It was Adam. That's what he told me his name was. I don't know why, but I believed it. I just did. Maybe it was because I was lonely sometimes. My brother didn't live with us much. He was staying with our grandparents, and even when he was home, he wasn't much of a talker. It was just me and my mom most of the time. "Hi, Adam," I said quietly, my voice shaky but not as scared as I should have been. "I had a good day. We had pizza for lunch." "Really? That sounds good. I've never had pizza." I didn't think much of it. It wasn't that unusual for kids to imagine things. I'd had plenty of imaginary friends before, but none of them had ever felt so real. Adam was different. He didn't feel like some product of my imagination. He felt there. The next few days followed a strange pattern. I'd come home, go to my room, and there he was, waiting for me to talk. His voice would always come from beneath the floorboards, usually right around the time I'd get home from school. I don't know how to explain it, but it felt like he was watching me, waiting for me to speak. He seemed to know everything about me, even things I hadn't told anyone. He'd ask me what I'd done, how my day went, and sometimes he'd tell me to go to a different part of the house to talk. It was usually the bathroom, right by the tub. I remember sitting there, with my legs hanging over the side of the tub, talking to Adam. He'd ask about my day, about school, about everything, and I'd tell him. I think it made me feel important, like someone really wanted to know what I was doing. It wasn't always the same, though. Sometimes, Adam would ask me to go outside. He told me that he liked the way I sounded when I was outside, that he could hear me better. So I'd go out into the yard, stand in the middle of the grass, and talk to him as the wind brushed past me. Sometimes, when I went outside, I'd feel like I was being watched, but I never thought much of it. It was just the feeling of being alone, I told myself. My brother, who only visited on weekends, seemed to hear him too. He never talked about it, but I could tell when I asked that he had. It wasn't a big deal to him, but to me, it was everything. The weirdest thing, though, was that Adam never talked when my dad was home. Whenever my dad was around, Adam was silent. I would sit and listen, waiting for his voice to come, but it never did. My dad was always busy, either working or watching TV, and he never seemed to notice anything unusual. The silence, in a way, was comforting, but it made me wonder if he'd heard something I hadn't. Maybe Adam didn't like my dad, or maybe my dad had known something about Adam that I didn't. Eventually, Adam stopped asking me to talk in certain places. It seemed like he was just happy to hear me anywhere. And then after a while, he just stopped talking altogether. At first, I waited, thinking maybe he was just being quiet for a while. But as the days passed, I started to get nervous. I would sit in my room, listening for his voice. I tried everything. I'd sit near the spot where I'd first heard him, trying to get him to speak. But nothing. I waited for hours, staring at the floorboards, hoping for the voice to return, but it never did. Weeks went by, and still, there was no sign of Adam. He had simply disappeared, without explanation. I don't know what happened. I don't know where he went, or why he stopped talking to me. But he never came back. Looking back, I often wonder if he was ever really there at all. Was it just my imagination? Maybe it was. But there are times, when I'm alone, when I hear something that sounds just like his voice. Faint and distant, as if it's coming from the floor, right beneath me. And when I listen closely, I think I hear a whisper, an answer to a question I never asked. I can't say for sure whether Adam was a ghost or some strange phenomenon of a child's mind. But there are times, even now, when I think about what he might have been. And I have to wonder if maybe, just maybe, there was something under that house. Something, or someone, who was waiting for me to talk. But I don't like to think about it too much. Because if I'm being honest, the thought that Adam was real, that he was someone who had been hiding underneath the floor the entire time, is more terrifying than anything else. I just hope that whatever it was, it never comes back. And I never want to hear that voice again. That day started like any other Christmas shopping day. The roads were packed with cars, each of us weaving through the holiday madness. My mind was preoccupied with last-minute gifts, the twinkling lights on houses, the cold breeze blowing through the city streets. I was in a left-turn lane, just trying to make it to the next stop. My car was an older model, but it was reliable. The kind of car you don't mind getting dinged up, because you know it's going to get you where you need to go. It was just past 4 p.m., and the daylight was beginning to fade, the winter twilight creeping in. I remember slowing down as I approached the intersection. There was no traffic coming from the opposite direction, so I didn't expect any problems. But as I was almost at the turn, I saw headlights flash in my peripheral vision. A car shot out in front of me. I didn't even have time to react. My instincts kicked in, and I slammed the brakes, but I still ended up catching the driver's side of their vehicle in the door area with the front of mine. The sound was deafening, metal crushing metal, the screech of tires, and the jolt that ran through my whole body. It felt like time stopped. For a moment, all I could hear was the ringing in my ears. The shock of the crash held me frozen in place, but after a few seconds, I snapped out of it. My heart was racing, but I was trying to stay calm. I took a deep breath, told myself to get out of the car, and checked to see if the other driver was okay. The other car had come to a stop about 10 feet away from me. 2 men were inside. They both seemed disoriented at first, but neither one was hurt. They both looked like they were wearing suits, business-type suits, very formal for the situation. I called out to make sure they were all right. They waved it off, telling me they were fine, but one of them got out of the car, and I could tell they were shaken up. I went to my trunk and pulled out my phone to call the police. The driver of the other car did the same. We stood there in silence for a minute, just waiting. The minutes felt like hours. I could feel the cold creeping into my bones, especially now that I wasn't in the warmth of my car. I didn't care, though. I was trying to focus, trying to calm myself down. When the police arrived, it felt like a relief. Finally, someone else could handle this. The officer who came out to the scene was a woman, maybe in her late 30s, with dark hair pulled into a tight ponytail. She had that look of authority, and I'm sure she had dealt with accidents like this 1,000 times before. After taking a brief look at the damage, she asked for my version of events, and I quickly explained what had happened. I told her I had been in the left turn lane and didn't expect anyone to pull in front of me like that. I was trying to be calm, trying not to sound too upset, but I could feel the frustration building up inside me. The officer nodded, but didn't seem to take much interest in what I was saying. She didn't ask any follow-up questions or take a moment to look at my car closely. Instead, she turned to the 2 men in the other car. They were talking to each other in low voices, but I couldn't make out what they were saying. The officer spoke to them for a moment before turning back to me. "I'm sorry, but it looks like the accident was your fault," she said. My heart dropped. "What do you mean, my fault? I wasn't speeding. I didn't do anything wrong." She held up a hand. "We'll make the report, but based on the damage in their statements, you're at fault. But don't worry, you won't be getting a ticket. There's no real proof either way." I was fuming at that point. It didn't feel right. She didn't even take the time to really listen to me or ask for any evidence. I was being blamed for something that wasn't my fault. I felt like I had been brushed aside, like my version didn't matter at all. I couldn't help myself. "Are you saying that I'm the one being blamed just because they're who they are? Because they're important?" I snapped. The officer's face turned hard, and she stepped closer, lowering her voice. "You don't know what you're talking about. Just stay quiet, and we'll get this sorted out." With that, she turned away and left me standing there, alone in the cold. I didn't understand what had just happened. Was this all some sort of mistake? Why wasn't anyone listening to me? The men in the suits, who had been silent most of the time, climbed into a black van that had pulled up out of nowhere. It was odd, seeing the way they moved. It wasn't hurried, but it wasn't casual either. They had a sort of practiced, almost robotic efficiency. I watched the van drive off with them inside, my stomach sinking. I had no idea who they were, but something about their whole demeanor made me uneasy. I was left standing with the officer, who didn't offer much more help. After what felt like an eternity, she finally left too, telling me to wait there for a ride. My mind was racing, trying to piece together what had just happened. I was angry and confused, and I wanted answers, but I had to wait. When my ride finally arrived, it felt like I could breathe again. They took me to the body shop where both cars had been towed. I needed to get my belongings out of my car, but I also had a feeling something wasn't right. I had been in a car accident, yes, but this whole situation felt off, like something else was going on behind the scenes. At the body shop, I took a lot of pictures of the vehicles, focusing on the damage. I wanted proof of what had happened, just in case. There was no way I was going to let this go without some kind of documentation. After getting my things out of the car, I called my insurance company. I thought they would be on my side. I thought they would help me figure out what had happened. But when I explained the situation to the agent, I was surprised at the response. "We're not going to be intimidated," the agent told me. I felt a little relief. At least someone was standing with me. So, I sent the pictures over to them, hopeful that they would help clear things up. A week passed, and I didn't hear anything. I tried to forget about it, but it nagged at me. Then, one day, I got a call from my insurance agent. They had reviewed the photos, and I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "They prove you were at fault," the agent said. I felt my blood run cold. What? How can that be? I wasn't speeding. I didn't slam into them. The agent explained, almost mechanically, that based on the way the cars were positioned and the damage, they concluded that the other car had been stopped, and I had sped into the side of it. I was furious. I hadn't been speeding at all. The idea that my photos, the ones I took to prove my innocence, were being used to accuse me was maddening. I was convinced that the people in the other car had somehow influenced the decision. They were connected, and I felt like I was being set up. The next few days were the worst. The men in the suits, those two men, kept showing up in places I went. They showed up at my workplace one afternoon. I couldn't believe it. What was going on? Were they following me? It wasn't a coincidence that they showed up just when I was getting my lunch. I wasn't sure if I should be afraid or if I was just paranoid. It didn't stop there. My employer asked me one day if I'd had any run-ins with the bureau. I felt a chill run down my spine. When I asked why, my boss just told me someone had called and asked about me. The bureau. What was this all about? It was like I was being watched, followed, and I didn't know why. I had never done anything wrong. I was just a normal person. I thought maybe it would all die down. Maybe it would all just be some strange coincidence. But almost a year after the accident, I got another call. This time, it was from my insurance agent. They wanted to ask me more questions about the accident, again, this time in connection with a possible case of whiplash. This was absurd. They were digging into this again. They had already made their decision. I told them I wasn't interested in making a statement. I didn't want to be involved anymore. The whole situation had left a bad taste in my mouth, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being manipulated. I had tried to do the right thing, but somehow it all turned against me. Looking back, that accident changed me. It made me realize how easily the truth could be twisted, how much power the system had to control the narrative. I learned that sometimes, even if you're innocent, you can't always count on fairness. It left me with a sense of paranoia, always looking over my shoulder, wondering if I was being watched. I never thought a simple car accident could do that to someone, but in my case, it did. When I was 16, I didn't think I was running away. Not in the dramatic, teen movie kind of way. I wasn't throwing a duffel bag over my shoulder and hitchhiking out of town. I wasn't storming off in the middle of the night to some neon-lit city. I just left, for 3 days, because I couldn't take it anymore. I went to stay with my aunt and uncle. I didn't know where else to go. My mom had been drinking that night, like most nights. She'd start with wine, then move to whiskey when the sadness turned into anger. And when the anger had nowhere to go, it turned to me. Words came fast and sharp, like tiny needles thrown with precision. She knew exactly where to aim. She knew my insecurities, my fears, my guilt. That night, she laid into me for everything I was and wasn't. Said I was ungrateful. Said I was lazy. Said I thought I was better than everyone. Said I ruined her life by being born. I remember sitting in the hallway that night, pressing my back to the wall outside her bedroom while her voice cracked through the drywall. Something about it felt different. I wasn't even angry, just hollow, exhausted. I sat there in my socks, hugging my knees, looking at the chipped baseboard, at a spider weaving a web in the corner. I felt like the air around me was pressing inward. I didn't pack a bag. I didn't even grab a jacket. I just texted my aunt. "Can I stay with you?" She was there in 15 minutes. No questions. I climbed into her car silently, and we drove in silence, too. The seatbelt rubbed against my neck the whole way. Her husband, my uncle, sat me down and said they'd already called my mom. He said they told her I was safe, and they felt it would be best to give things a few days to cool off. He said, "We just want everyone to breathe." But I knew that wasn't how my mom would see it. For 3 days, I mostly laid in the spare bedroom. Curtains closed. No shower. No appetite. Just a kind of numb waiting. My aunt left food at the door like I was sick. I appreciated it, but even the smell of scrambled eggs made my stomach turn. My thoughts were heavy and constant. I felt dirty, and not just physically. There was this cloud around me I couldn't shake. Like guilt, shame, fear. All of it tangled together. On the 3rd day, they drove me back. My aunt gave me a soft look when I got out of the car, her mouth starting to open like she wanted to say something but didn't. My uncle just nodded. I knew they meant well, but I also knew I was about to walk into a storm. The moment I opened the front door, I felt the temperature drop. Not literally, but the energy of the place changed. My mom was in the kitchen, arms crossed, lips pressed tight. Her eyes weren't glassy from tears. They were sharp and blazing with embarrassment. Anger. She didn't speak right away, just stared at me like I was a problem that needed solving. Then, without missing a beat, she snapped. "Your chores have been sitting here. Get your fucking ass downstairs and start with the cat box." I stood there, heart starting to thump in my chest. My clothes clung to me. I knew I stank. 3 days in the same hoodie, socks crusted with sweat. My hair oily and limp. My mouth dry. I tried to answer calmly, tried to hold some piece of peace in my voice. I said I hadn't showered, and I'd do the chores after I cleaned myself up. I didn't even raise my voice. Just turned toward the stairs and started walking. Wrong answer. She flew into a rage instantly. "You'll fucking get in here and do it now. Who do you think you're talking to?" Her voice was already loud, but it kept rising. I yelled back, not even thinking. "After I take a shower." And then I heard it. The sound of her feet slamming on the kitchen tile. Not walking. Running. I barely made it up the stairs. I was shaking, my legs barely keeping up with the rush of panic in my chest. My hands fumbled with the bathroom doorknob. I shoved the door shut and turned the lock just as her body slammed into it. Bam, bam, bam. The door jumped in its frame. Bo bum 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 bum. She was screaming, words I couldn't even register. The door was shaking like it was alive, like it wanted to tear itself from the wall and end me. I pressed my body against it. My whole body was trembling. I could barely breathe. Tears were already pouring down my cheeks. I slid down to the floor, curling into a ball in the corner between the tub and the door, shaking with every bang. Then, the worst sound I've ever heard. Crack. The hinges ripped out. The door flew open, slamming against the wall. Before I could move, before I could react, she was in the room and grabbing my hair, yanking it so hard my vision blurred. She dragged me into the hallway like a rag doll. My scalp burned. I was screaming, but my voice cracked under the weight of panic. I remember how my arms flailed, how my socks slipped on the hardwood. She was screaming right into my face. "What did you say, huh? What did you say, you bitch?" Then she threw me. My back slammed into the floor. I remember the thud of it, the jolt in my spine. My breath disappeared. Then she was on me, her full weight on my chest. I couldn't move. Her knees dug into my ribs. I tried to push, but she was so heavy. Then her forearm came down on my throat, pressing, harder and harder. I screamed. I coughed. I sobbed. I begged, but it only made her press harder. My hands clawed at her arm. My legs kicked wildly. But she didn't stop. Her eyes were wild. Her face inches from mine. "You are nothing. I am in charge. I fucking own you. The pressure on my throat got worse. My body went limp. I stopped fighting. The edges of my vision faded to gray. I felt a warmth down my legs and realized I'd lost control. Everything was slipping, and I remember thinking, I'm going to die. I didn't even think it with panic. It was quiet, almost peaceful. I didn't want to die, but it felt like there was no other option. My body was giving up. My thoughts slowed. I remember thinking, please someone help me. Please don't let me die. Then suddenly, the pressure was gone. I gasped. My lungs exploded with pain as air rushed back in. I rolled onto my side and coughed violently. Before I even fully realized I was alive, something in me snapped. Adrenaline flooded me. I jumped up and shoved her with everything I had. She slipped, her socks slid against the floor, and she fell, tumbling down a few steps before catching herself on the railing. She didn't fall far, but it was enough. She looked stunned. Then she picked up the phone. She called the police. When they showed up, I was still sitting on the top step, legs pulled to my chest, my face swollen with tears. My throat throbbed. I couldn't speak. I couldn't explain. But I tried. I told them what happened. I told them how this wasn't the first time. How she drank. How she screamed. How she hit. How I was scared all the time. But the officer looked at her, red-eyed, shaking, saying she just wanted her daughter back under control, and then looked at me disheveled in dirty clothes, a mess. They didn't see a girl trying to survive. They saw a teenage girl who pushed her mother down the stairs. They called it a domestic dispute. The Department of Children and Families got involved. I was interviewed, assessed, then labeled. They said I was out of control, that I needed structure. I was put on probation for a year. Mandatory check-ins. Counseling. They said I had anger issues. I was grounded for a year. No electronics. No phone. No social life. My world shrank to four walls, and I wasn't allowed to exist outside of them. But the worst part wasn't the punishment. It was that no one believed me. I had told the truth. I had begged them to listen. And it didn't matter. She went back to work, to church, to book club, smiling, laughing, saying we'd been through a rough patch. I stayed quiet. I didn't dare speak again. I lived in fear for 2 more years. Then I turned 18 and got out. I left with nothing but a duffel bag of clothes and an emergency savings account I'd been hiding since I was 15. I moved into a basement apartment, took whatever job I could find. I didn't have a plan. I didn't have therapy. I didn't even have closure. I just had space. For the first time in my life, space. The first few years after I moved out were survival. I wasn't living. I was existing. Working, eating, sleeping barely. I flinched when people raised their voice. I apologized too much. I second-guessed everything. I drank too much caffeine. I didn't sleep. My hands shook when I was nervous. I couldn't be in small rooms with loud noises. But I was free. It wasn't until last year that I really began healing. Like real healing. Not forgetting. Not burying. But looking it in the face. I started therapy. Not because I thought it would help, but because I was tired of feeling broken all the time. My therapist didn't judge. She didn't question. She just listened, week after week. And eventually I spoke. I told her everything, even the parts I'd blocked out. The smell of whiskey on my mom's breath. The way my scalp burned where the hair was pulled. The moment I thought I was going to die. I told her about the silence after. The months of pretending. The years of fear. She didn't fix me, but she helped me fix myself. Now, I'm 27. I still have bad days. Sometimes I flinch when I hear heavy footsteps behind me. Sometimes I wake up from dreams where I'm back in that bathroom, holding the door shut. But I'm not stuck there anymore. I'm not that scared 16-year-old girl anymore. I have my own apartment, my own job. I light candles because I like the way they smell. I shower daily. I eat food that makes me happy. I don't walk on eggshells. I decorate my walls with pictures of people who make me feel loved. I don't talk to my mom anymore. People say, but she's your mother. Like that means something. But it doesn't. Not when that